OG are playing together. And maybe for Waska, that's what they need to be doing, as their second tier 1 tower is also going to go the way of OG. Right now, Waska have not been able to take a single tower for themselves. They've gotten a few of these towers low. Towards the boss side, the tower is just about at 450 health. Towards the mid, 320 health. But you need to close those towers out in order to create some kind of space. Remember, Waska's lineup is mid-game oriented. They don't have too many rooms for error. They may be able to take the bottom tier 1 because OG are playing on the mid lane as well as the top lane, so maybe they've decided to give up this tower. No TPs coming out. They do have the glyph. It will come out, but so far no teleports coming out. Genek is actually just waiting for someone from Waska to reveal himself. FCR wants to be throwing down the poison touch to start things off with. Has a Notal projection as well, so he can keep his main body safe. No observer ward planted quite just yet. There is one on the low ground. Genek almost 100 gold and he'll have a blink dagger. Meanwhile, the Batrider has the gold for that blink and will be coming back to the lane to defend with this. Let's see whose blink is going to be stronger, as OG currently back away, but Sacred is going to run into them. The assassinate to come out from Lalatroni. The stroke of fate, the slow Sacred down, the silence to come out as well. But right now, OG don't actually have any kind of a hold. Genek is coming in, waiting for the hook. The poison touch to come in. The Naga Siren song comes out, and they may be able to disengage, but Genek will throw the hook. And that means the Sacred will not be allowed to disengage from this position. He will end up losing his life to the sniper. And a huge outplay coming out from Genek. I mean, he kept his distance there from the song, just playing on the outskirts of it to be able to get a hook down. You'll have a Blink Dagger on the Dazzle. You'll have a Blink Dagger on the Pudge, and potentially maybe even a Blink Dagger on the Doom. Once you have those instant blinks, I mean, forget about entering the back lines of OG. Waska may not even be able to contest the front lines. Yadomi loses about half of his HP from a single assassinate.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane. Hero may want to be planting a Doom down, but didn't have enough heroes present from OG to make that happen. Waska haven't been able to make any kind of moves. I mean, that was a Blink Dagger revealed. Knight's shown his cards to the other side. The Queen of Pain is continuing to farm. I mean, you have the Dagon. You may as well go for some kind of a contest. But Waska are deciding to play this. I don't know if I can call it safe, because this kind of a safe play just creates a lot of risk. Because it means that you won't be able to close this game out in the timing that you want. It's going to mean that OG are going to be stronger in the late game, so then you're relying on outplaying OG. A feat that very few teams are able to achieve. And it's another dismember on Yadomi. A quick kill on the Naga Siren, opening up space for OG to maybe even pressure the tier 2 tower if they want. Of course, if they do go for that, then Waska can potentially hit that bottom lane tier 2, as it is taking quite a bit of damage. It's going to lose about 900 of his HP. They are actually waiting for someone to come in with a teleport so they can snag him with the Batrider's lasso. But I think OG are going to realize this kind of sneaky play, and they won't be giving Waska what they want.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lalatroni just throwing out the assassinates. An interesting item build as well, right? We saw the scepter coming out earlier. It did mean that he was posturing towards the magic damage sniper. Although, maybe the physical damage one would have been better in this game, because Perhaps you wanted a guaranteed physical DPS to come in from a long distance to clean up Waska. But it's a Tormentor play, and it's a Tormentor they will acquire. The Shard is going to go the way of that Grimstroke, but it's a wraparound. Waska, they are moving in for this. Let's see what they'll be able to achieve. No, turns out it's not going to be anything, because OG, they've already disengaged.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
A very unfortunate timing. If Waska were a few seconds earlier, right? It just 2 to 3 seconds, they would have been able to come on to an unsuspecting OG. Teleports are coming in towards our top side. Yudomi is going to end up getting caught out. The 8th death for this Naga. 70% of the kills, I believe.
Radiant's top tower is
Or rather,
under
60% of the kills that OG have been able to acquire have just been on that one position 5 Naga Siren. However, they will lose their Grimstroke. Turns out both supports wanted to be making a sneaky Shrine of Wisdom play, but both supports are going to be losing their lives for it. Sacred now has a Blink Dagger of his own. Meanwhile, Razor has a Manta style as well as a Maelstrom, so Pyke is actually... He's growing pretty fast. Even on the net worth chart, you take a look at it, despite of all of these kills, because most of the kills have just been on the Naga, OG don't actually have that big of a lead. The Razor and the Abaddon are sitting at that 2nd and 3rd spot in the net worth chart. Sure, the Doom is on that top place position, but he has a Gluttony facet coming in. He has a Hand of Midas, 2 of them. Right, this is his 2nd one. So it's expected that the Doom is going to be the highest net worth hero. At the end of the day, though, what's important is that Waska will be in a position to fight. That is, if they're able to stay alive as a 5-man. Knight is going to end up going down. But all in all, I mean, tanking the front line, right? That's what Waska's supports are designed to do. At least that's the fallback strategy. That's plan B that you're playing with right now. Just tank all of these ganks so that your Razor, your Queen of Pain, your Abaddon can continue to farm. The question is for how long, because OG, sooner or later, they are going to be making a play, but it's Genic to go out with the play there. But the Queen of Pain is going to go in with a Sonic Wave towards the back line. FCR is able to heal himself up back to full HP, has the Shallow Grave to play with. Genic is going to lose his life towards the side there, and they are going to commit once again. But you have the Shallow Grave still. The Abaddon is just going to tick out to the Doom. The Song of the Siren to come out, but Waska have to disengage, and it seems like Knight may not be allowed to. He will find the blink out. Hero doesn't have a blink of his own, so at the end of it all, it is going to be a 1-for-1, but an exchange that heavily favors OG because they came out with the prize of a core kill. The Abaddon was the one to lose out. An interesting set of moves there by Waska, deciding to go in on the Dazzle without a sure shot disable. Right? They committed their lasso towards the Pudge. The support Pudge. Who already used a Dismember. He didn't have a Dismember or a hook to play with. So maybe Waska should really prioritize their lasso on more high value targets, because one thing that I didn't talk about was the lack of disables for Waska. They have 0 disables outside of that lasso. And no one is going for... Okay, Sacred is going for that Orchid. Perhaps once you have that Orchid, you can commit and take the Dazzle down, but not before that. You either use the lasso to get the Dazzle, or you use the future Orchid that you will have to get the Dazzle. But straight up running at the Dazzle isn't the right idea.
Radiant are scanning.
Topside, they found the biggest prize of all. It is the Razor. Pyke tries to fight back, but it just won't be enough. Waska, it really seems like OG are able to pick off anyone they want here. Oh man, this is
Dire's top tower
not looking good. Hero will find Yodomi on the Naga Siren. The stun coming out from the Inkswell as well. As the Batrider goes for a lasso play, they will be able to find the one support. But that's all they're going to find. Waska, I wonder if that one play was worth it. Sacred does manage to find the blink out, though at the back of his borrowed time, but Hero is in hot pursuit and wants to be taking this Abaddon down. Sacred slowed down to a halt here as Jenik comes in with the Pudge, has the hook to play with, but I think Hero will be able to get the kill on his own. But no, Jenik wants to grab him with the claw. I wonder what is... You guys remember in Dota 1, you had that one command that you can type out the dash hook accuracy, and it would tell you how many hooks that you landed. I wonder if there's a similar command for Dota. I don't think there is. I could be wrong about that, but I would like to see Jenik's hook accuracy. At least the intentional hooks he's trying to throw. Holding that thought though, once again they find the Razor, but this time around, Waska, they're well prepared for this. Hero will lose his life, but not before the Razor does. And there's the potency of that Doom coming in. Once that Doom comes out, your heroes can't actually survive. And that's going to be a recurring theme for Waska, at least until you have that BKB. Oh man. And the BKB turns out it doesn't even stop the damage coming in from the Doom. So the BKB, it'll make sure you can use your spells, use your items, but apart from that, you are still going to be taking in that pure damage. Do they want to be going in? Is the big question. Jenik looking for the hook, won't be able to find it. Sacred just sidestepped there. $5,000 of a net worth advantage right now for OG. Their debut in this tournament has looked phenomenal, and I have to say, for a team on trial, this really seems like it works really well. There's a whole tournament to play though. It's a single group around robin, so OG will be playing against 8 other teams apart from Waska. Yodomi will find Hero, but he's the one to actually blink out. Look how afraid Waska are. But it seems like Pyke and Sacred are the ones to enter that front line, and Sacred has been isolated. Hero is just gonna blink forward, take Knight out, and now towards Pyke, the Sonic Wave will be thrown out in a desperate attempt to disengage. And Waska will find that disengagement, but I don't think the Naga Siren will be allowed to. He will end up falling, and that is 2 heroes down. I mean, Yodomi, if he went for the Doom there, perhaps he could have gone for the Ensnare instead of blinking away. 2 heroes simultaneously blinked away, and 2 heroes simultaneously blinked in from Waska. A bit of miscoordination coming out from their side. And that's going to give OG the space that they want. Having taken down the 2 heroes from Waska, they'll head on over to the Roshan pit. And I really do not think that Waska are in a position to contest this. They're not even... Okay, no. They're quite literally not in the position to defend this. Even if they had the net worth and the abilities to do so, they're just not in position. The Aegis will go the way of this Doom, I believe. And with this Aegis, perhaps you just go for those outer tier 2s. I mean, OG, they are signaling this. They want those towers. Nice blink out. The Naga wanted to de-ward this, but this ward has been kept alive for the entirety of its duration. Impeccable map control coming out from OG, I will say that. At the same time though, one has to remember that his Razor is pretty farmed up. Pyke is continuing to match the momentum of OG. Has the Mjolnir, has the BKB in just about 200 more gold, and he really needs that BKB to be able to defend his high ground. It seems like OG, they want to be at least poking at that high ground. There is going to be a lack of DPS though, as LATAM didn't go for the physical DPS build, so this is going to be a very slow siege on these tier 3s.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Taelong has a Shiva's Guard. It will mitigate a lot of the healing that comes out from this Dazzle. But they need to find the burst here. They find the sniper though. Right now the sniper is in a bit of an awkward position. A Sonic Wave gets thrown out, so does the Shiva's Guard, but an instant Dismember comes out from Jenik. The Shallow Grave keeping the sniper alive, and Waska has been caught with their tail between their legs. A desperate song comes out, but Pike, does he really want to fight into this one? Has all of the static link damage coming to his aid here, but Jenik just appears to be a bit too tanky. Pike isn't going to be getting hooked in, but Sacred also falls towards the side. Waska, they are on their last legs here. Yodomi will end up falling even if the hook doesn't land. But at the end of it all, it is going to be a 3-for-0. They even keep their Aegis intact. And that was Waska throwing everything they had to burst a hero down. And they couldn't make it work. FCR didn't even have to come out with a Shallow Grave until the very end.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now it's on towards the high ground. Nice little individual plays coming out. I mean, that timing from Jenik to come in with that Dismember was so clutch. He came in with the Dismember instantly before the Queen of Pain was able to launch the Scream of Pain, but they have found the hook once again. The instant blink into hook coming out from Jenik. The ultimates are coming out, so is the lasso. This time around, the sniper is vulnerable. The Shallow Grave does come out, but he is so low right now. Can Waska finish him off? They will not be able to. LATAM still stays alive. Jenik will even hook him back, but I think that this is a trap. Taelong blinks towards the backline. Waska have lost 3 of their heroes. They will lose their 4th, and the only one to survive is going to be the Queen of Pain. Narrowly dodges that hook. A buyback to come out from that Abaddon, but a Dazzle. Those were 2 graves coming out, keeping the sniper alive, and that is going to be a dieback from Sacred. I think Waska may as well call it right now. A 17,000 net worth advantage. A 27 kill advantage for OG.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
And it's on the second lane of barracks. The big question is, what can Waska actually do to counter this out? I think their timing was that the second last team fight when they had the sniper with the lasso, but just unable to find him. And you have to ask yourself, if you throw everything you have and you can't get a single kill on the hero that you really want to take down, what are your chances? And right now their chances are slim as Taelong gets grabbed. And OG will be able to take their second lane of barracks. There is no buyback on the Razor or the Batrider. Oh no, the Batrider has it. There's no buyback on the Razor or the Naga Siren. The Queen of Pain Taelong does have a buyback, and the Abaddon is going to respawn. But limited chances right now for Waska.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh no. Really feels like Naga wants to be free, because if I recall, most of the kills that Yodomi has had has been on the Radiant side of the map. He really feels like that's his home. Of course, right now it's a defense of his own home, as the lost barracks are going to be besieged. OG will make their way towards the high ground, and Waska are going to be faced with a very important decision. But decisions, it turns out, are in the hands of Genic, who has had a phenomenal game. I mean, oh no. Will he get the TP out? No, he won't. Genic finds the grab. This player is playing out of his mind. Oh man, just when I thought that Genic couldn't impress me any further, what are these hooks? This is a masterclass in how to play the Pudge.
Dire are scanning.
And he has no fear. He has about 4,000 HP and he can hang on that front line for as long as he wants. The assassinate will mean the end of that sniper. The Queen of Pain to go for one last defense. Spike with the static link. They may be able to get the dazzle down, but it's going to come at a cost. And that cost may just end up being the game here. Waska to lose their Razor. Taelong Gold comes in with the buyback. The Batrider will be able to find the TP out. No, he won't. He will end up falling. And now the entirety of this base is just on the Queen of Pain. And maybe even, the Razor if he goes for the buyback. I mean, surely he'll have to go for the buyback. And Waska, I think they are trying to deny reality right now. As I'm not exactly too sure how they come out with a defense against Mega Creeps. The tier 4s are going to be besieged. Taelong once again goes in, but it's a bit too late. The GG call has already been sounded by his allies. Waska lose game number 1 and a great showing by OG. I mean, just through to the laning phase, they destroyed those side lanes. The top side collapsed for Waska. The safe lane from OG turned out to go so well as well, despite of, by the way, an aggressive offlane from Waska. They had the Batrider Firefly and the sustain coming in from the Abaddon and a hero that is supposed to hold his own, but unfortunately, it really seemed like OG held on pretty damn well. They were able to take down the Abaddon, they were able to take down the Batrider, and as soon as Waska made moves, OG immediately countered it out and just played it to their strengths. When it came to group up, it turns out that they were better than Waska in those team fights each and every single time. And sure enough, I know it, you all know it, and I'm sure even the teams know it, that Genic is truly the MVP of this game. Just the amount of hooks, the amount of clutch hooks, by the way, the amount of initiations that he came out with, just outplaying Waska there. But of course, this is a best of 3 group stage, guys. Every single game is going to be a best of 3, and this, in fact, is going to be a chance for Waska to come out in game number 2 against OG and perhaps take it to game number 3. Whether or not that actually happens for Waska is something that only time will tell. We will be back for game number 2 right after a short break, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Hey guys, and welcome back to the America's Convergence series number 2 between the first best of 3 for the tournament, Waska versus the Latin American squad of OG. And I mean, that was,
10
sure,
seconds
it's a
remaining.
team on trial, but they played really well.
5 seconds.
All
remaining.
things considered. I mean, played it really well is a bit of an understatement for what OG did to Waska in the previous game. Just absolutely destroyed the two lanes, the top side, the off lane, as well as the safe lane. The mid lane was also one, considering the fact that Lalatroni was playing a sniper. The win conditions were achieved, and as soon as OG played together, it really just seemed like a well-oiled machine. And it turned out that Waska were unable to actually do all that much, apart from finding 1 or 2 kills in those team fights. But this time around, they're looking to turn things around as they do grab themselves up a strong frontliner. The Primal Beast also
seconds
will
remaining.
have a few disables. That was something that was lacking in Waska's lineup
5
in the
seconds
previous
remaining.
game. And they will also be faced up against a Nature's Prophet. So an S tier hero coming out from OG, it's just, I have never seen anyone being able to successfully shut
Radiant
down a
team
Nature's
back.
Prophet and keep him down. Both of those two things, right? It's just the global potential of the Nature's Prophet means that it's very difficult to stop him from farming and find his recovery. So I suppose at the end of it all, it has to come down to being able to achieve enough objectives
10
that the Nature's
seconds
Prophet
remaining.
recovery does not matter. I'm not too
5
sure if Waska will
seconds
be able to do that, but that is the scenario before us, even though it is just the first picks out, so we will have to see whether or not that trend continues. Waska are the ones to ban out that Abaddon, and they rightfully ban out the Dazzle, as, I mean, FCR on the Dazzle just, yeah, he was a bit of a monster. And I wonder if we'll see a Pudge ban coming out. And if they don't ban the Pudge, I wonder if OG will actually grab the Pudge. It was a second pick for them in the previous game. They'll be given the chance for that second pick Pudge as well right now, if they want to be going for that. But, Waska
Radiant
will ban
team
out the
pick.
Grimstroke. So a lot of bans targeting
Dire team
what
pick.
OG played in the previous game. Waska come out with the Dark Willow, another disabler, doesn't have a stun but has a root, a near guaranteed root, can be dodged of course, but Dark Willow is one of those heroes that can actually take out a core in the mid game solo, right?
10
One of the only
seconds
supports that can
remaining.
actually do that reliably, as long as you have some items, maybe
5
the
seconds
E's
remaining.
built up, but can make some defensive utility as well. The Glimmer Cape, for example. So Waska are, I like this draft coming out from Waska. I mean, they have the front line, they have the disables, they have quite a bit of damage built in
Dire
as
team
well. OG will not be going for that second pick as the Pudge. It will in fact be an Earth Shaker coming out from them. The AoE potential right now from OG is quite scary. The Nature's Wrath coupled up with the Echo Slam from the Earth Shaker is something that can clean up Waska if they're not careful. I wonder if we'll see an aura builder coming out from their side. As OG, they pick up the Shadow Demon as their third pick. So the disruption coming into play, a saving mechanism, not to mention it's also a
10
pushing
seconds
mechanism
remaining.
because you can disrupt the Nature's Prophet, create those two illusions, send them down
5
towards
seconds
the
remaining.
tower, or if you're besieging an objective, then the 3 Nature's Prophets can also stack up those hits. But it's a spell that's less used as a means of a siege now. It's more of a spell, in my opinion, it's a spell better designed to save your own heroes. OG banned the Queen of Pain as well as the Batrider, but they've also banned the Disruptor. So I wonder if Waska can just straight up pick the Storm Spirit right now. But they will pick the Clockwork up. Still have the potential for a Storm. They have plenty of means of initiation now. The Clockwork, Hookshot, the Primal Beast, Onslaught. Not to mention the Dark Willow. The most of the time I've seen the Blink Dagger come out from the Dark Willow as well. So
10 seconds
you have
remaining.
another means of an initiation there, right? Just blink in, throw down the Bramble Maze. You
5
have the Shadow
seconds
Realm
remaining.
if you're caught in a tricky situation. It's a decent save ability for yourself. So Waska are playing for all-out initiation right now. Let's see if they continue that trend. Or actually, the bigger question is, what kind of follow-up will they add to their lineup? They have the option for the Templar Assassin. I think the TB will be slightly weak in this kind of a scenario because you have the Earthshaker on the other side. You don't want to be setting up for the Echo Slam to come out.
Dire team pick. Templar
Yeah.
assassin.
So Waska, predictably, they go for the Templar and OG. Let's see what carry pick they want to be playing with. I mean, they do have the Nature's Prophet, right? So ideally, that is the hero that's going to be carry. But the Nature's Prophet can be flexed in all sorts of lanes. He can be a support, a mid
10
laner, and
seconds
a
remaining.
safe laner. So if OG want something like a Terror Blade to make sure they
5
have that
seconds
late game
remaining.
contest against a Templar, they can send the Nature's Prophet down towards the mid. Although the Nature's Prophet plus the TB would be very greedy. So maybe a Nature's Prophet as the carry, and then you go for something like the Ember Spirit, or maybe even the Storm Spirit for yourself if you're OG on the mid lane.
Dire team ban.
Ooh, they go for the Lycan. Interesting. Back in CCT, I saw quite a bit of Lycan, and I believe in the previous in the series 1 of America's Convergence, I did see a Lycan here and there. It is certainly a hero that
10
can run
seconds
at
remaining.
supports pretty well. You can pretty much disable the Clockwork from getting a
5
clean
seconds
hook shot
remaining.
in because you have all of these units to play with, right? And then you can also send those units down to against a Dark Willow. It's a hero that does do well against the Templar if you are able to close the distance. That is a very the emphasis over there is going to be if you can close the distance, right? Because the Templar Assassin Psyblades will mean that your units are constantly taking hits as you're trying to walk on in. So then you need that follow. You need the disables, the initiation to follow up with the Lycan charge.
Radiant team
And they have,
ban.
to be fair, they have the long range disables. They have the Fisher. They have the Shadow Demon, which I'm guessing will also be going for that Blink Dagger. And then they have the Nature's Prophet that can teleport in. OG are playing a very clean team fighting oriented lineup. But
10 seconds
at the same
remaining.
time, I mean, this looks like a pretty even draft.
5 seconds
Game number
remaining.
1, I did favor Waska's draft, but we all know how game number 1 ended up. OG were just straight up uncontested in the laning phase. I wonder if the same scenario is going to repeat because Waska are playing very aggressive
Radiant team
with their
ban.
lineup, right? The Clockwork, the Primal Beast, they're heroes that you know are going to be charging in, heroes that are going to be looking to dominate the laning phase. I wonder if they'll be more successful this time around.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
The Medusa is going to be banned out by Waska. And they ban out the Undying as well. So it's a scenario where they're not exactly too sure about what OG's lost pick is going to be. They're not sure whether or not this Nature's Prophet is going to be on the carry role or on the mid lane. I think that's what the confusion is.
10
And
seconds
OG
remaining.
rightfully banning out the Storm Spirit. I wonder if we'll see another Spirit
5
being
seconds
banned out
remaining.
here. Perhaps you ban out the Ember, because the Ember is one of those heroes that can hold the Lycan in place, right, with the Searing Chains, and can throw the Searing Chains from a distance when you have the Sleight of Fist. But no, OG are going to ban out the Monkey King, interestingly enough. And let's see whether or not this is going to be a carry Nature's Prophet or not.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
They can, I mean, they can go for the Terror Blade if they want to actually pick up a carry. But it again, it would be very greedy, so I would imagine that this is going to be a mid lane pick that comes out from them. And no, this is going to be a support pick that actually comes out from them. So that means this Earthshaker is going to be playing the mid lane. And I mean, it's a pretty good setup. The Jakiro with the Sprout coming in from the Nature's Prophet, not to mention the AoE damage, right? The area of effect damage is just simply too much. The Echo Slam, Wrath of Nature, the Macropyre, it's a whole lot. Not to mention you have a setup for the Ice Path as well, that is the Shadow Demon's Disruption. Team Waska, they go for the Tidehunter, a hero that I would have liked to see on their side in the previous game, but this time around it is going to be there for them. It is going to be a Primal Beast on the mid lane, and expectedly it is going to be the Earthshaker being played on the mid lane for OG. Overall though, I think both of these drops are pretty much even. Right, it does look a bit threatening what OG is planning out with the amount of AoE damage that they do have, but again, it will come down to the laning phase. And also, in particular, how Waska will do on their safe lane. The Templar Assassin versus a Lycan, Pyke versus FCR, right? If the Templar Assassin gets run over, your late game assurance goes out the window. You need your Templar to be farmed up to provide that damage output later on in the game. Towards the early game, you have the magical damage, even towards the mid game, to be fair. But without the physical DPS, you can't actually cut through the amount of HP present on the other side. You take a look at the Lycan, who has a lot of HP, the Earthshaker, the Nature's Prophet, who has one of the best stat gains in the game, and you need Pyke to get off to a good game. At the same time, OG have enough DPS to actually burn through the refraction, and the heroes as well to actually make plays on Pyke if they want to. The Jakiro can just go from the outpost towards the top side and catch the Templar Assassin off guard to get some few kills going. Because if I were OG right now, I would be prioritizing disabling just one hero on the map, and that is going to be the Templar Assassin.
Prepare for battle.
Here we go, guys. Game number 2. Whether or not Waska will be able to mount up a comeback and take this to a game number 3, they're going to have to play much better than they did in the previous game. That's for sure. Waska go for a smoke play inside the triangle of OG. There is no one there, but there are a few heroes nearby.
30 seconds to battle.
Seems like it's going to be a bit of standoff between both of these sides. OG are the ones to go for that smoke play, but Jakiro's smoke is going to instantly break, so he knows that there's someone there. I wonder if we'll see a bounty rune contest here. Fonda inching himself forward as the disruption to play with, but it does seem like it's going to end up being just a bit of posturing from both sides. At the end of it all, they're just going to back away and take 2 bounty runes each. Talking a bit about these lanes though, Earthshaker, Lalatroni versus Taelung on the Primal Beast. Primal Beast has enough HP. At the same time, Lalatroni has the Enchant Totem. It does so much damage in the early game. I wonder who comes out ahead here. Will depend on how much damage Taelung is actually able to put out with the Trample, right, on Lalatroni at the end of the day. I mean, you have enough stuns on the Earthshaker to make sure that Trample isn't going to be as deadly against you. Ooh, missing that last hit with the Enchant Totem. I mean, at the level 1 mark, it is, I suppose. I mean, he doesn't have the Aftershock, so I suppose that was never going to happen on the creep. But Taelung, so far, will recognize the fact that there is no stun available, so we'll try to do as much as he can in the earlier levels, right? Once that enchant totem hits that level 3 mark, once it's skilled up to that 3rd point, it's going to deal so much damage to the Primal Beast, or rather anyone on the map. It's going to be a Jakiro and a Lycan lane. I would have thought that the Jakiro went towards the top side and the Shadow Demon actually planted himself over here, but at the end of the day, I suppose it's the liquid fire that you're playing with, right? Against a Templar Assassin, you can just burn through the refraction if you want. Make sure that Pyke doesn't have that one insurance to keep himself alive, or at the very least will have to play on the defensive. Even the wolves, they will burn away 2 charges with 1 hit, because it's 2 wolves each. At the same time though, the Jakiro really ought to be a bit careful. I mean, Pyke may be able to overrun him. The dual breath comes out. However, Yadomi gets off his battery assault, and that's going to be first blood once again, though. It might end up being a trade, but Pyke is able to keep himself alive here. This time around, it is Waska who come off to a good start. The wolves will chase after the Templar Assassin, but they won't be able to get that kill. And at the very least, this will mean that things are going to be much different compared to the previous game. Towards topside, Tidehunter, Dark Willow against the Shadow Demon and the Nature's Prophet. This is a lane that should actually work out very well for Waska. I mean, the Tidehunter is so tanky as a hero that I'm not too sure if the Shadow Demon will be able to do much about this. So,
Dire's middle tower is under
as it turns out, I think looking at the entire map here, Waska's early game isn't going to be as bad as the previous one. All they really have to do is play the lanes. Play to their hero strengths, and they should be doing pretty well, at least for the first 10 minutes. At the same time, though, OG are able to push back the Templar Assassin. I mean, Pyke is struggling in terms of being able to farm. Every single time he shows near the creep wave, Genek is going to come in with the liquid fire, maybe even a dual breath. It's going to clean up the refraction charges and dish out quite a bit of damage. It takes no mana to actually cost that liquid fire, so it literally makes it the most spammable ability in the game. Meanwhile, mid lane is a bit even. It's going a bit in favor of the Earthshaker. That is to be expected, but oh no, Panda ends up falling towards the top side, and Hero is in trouble. He is trying to run away, but is going to eat a gush and will not be able to make it out. Waska to come out with 2 kills over on their off lane. Knight just needs 1 more hit, will snag both of those heroes up, and that is a big win for Waska right now. They really needed to prove themselves against a disaster of a game number 1. But right now, OG, their 2 supports are chasing away at a Primal Beast. I'm not too sure what they can do here. I suppose the idea was to just keep Taelong away from the water runes. But Panda actually wants to disable him even further. The Primal Beast, though, I mean, Taelong can actually just turn it around on the Shadow Demon. He has a bottle charge to play with. Unfortunately, Panda has the Shadow Poison. And he had the Onslaught. I wonder if he could have actually grabbed the kill himself, but it would have been very close between both of these 2 sides. And I suppose Waska, with how many kills they have been able to get, I think playing it safe on their 1 lane is the way to go about it. Oh no. Now Taelong wants to be coming in towards the bot lane. He doesn't have the grab, but he does have the Onslaught. Going to move in on towards FCR, who doesn't have the shapeshift, and the Lycan will be run down. 1 more hit should do the trick here. Oh, rather, it's he's actually surprisingly tanky. Can FCR actually survive this? He just walk away. The Cogs actually ended up saving his life, and now maybe LATAM wants to turn this around. Doesn't have the Echo Stand to play with, but Pyke, he actually went in for that Melt Strike. That is going to mean the death of this Templar Assassin. There's the Echo Slam at the back of LATAM, hitting that level 6 mark, and that was a huge misplay coming in from Waska. Again, a bit of miscoordination coming out from their side as Taelong and Yadomi left. Pike went in. But it's just one death. Hopefully he can shake that one off. As towards the top side, Panda once again rooted down and going to fall from that one last hit coming in from Knight. The Tidehunter doing very well for himself, even in terms of CS, but ahead in terms of the kills and the assists. So will have a higher net worth than the Lycan. And I wonder if he goes for the pipe here. This certainly does seem like a good pipe game for this Tidehunter. Maybe wants to be making a Blink Dagger too, but he can choose to delay the Blink, right? Because they have the Onslaught initiation. He's gonna be safe. I mean, the Nature's Prophet is great stat gain, but not a whole lot of damage in the early game. I mean, the Sprout does a fair bit, but the last hits, they kind of are pretty underwhelming. So far, so good for Waska. At the same time, it's not an insurmountable disadvantage that OG are faced up with. They've only given up 4 kills. They found the carry on the other side, and they are farming up nicely. The Earthshaker, Lalatroni will have that Blink Dagger. Yadomi needs to be careful. He may have the Battery Assault as well as the Cogs here, but he is faced up against an Earthshaker. Now the Shadow Realm comes in. Taelong is looking for the entry, but he can't use the Onslaught because the Shadow Demon is right there. And Hero will just be able to teleport himself and use the spread to grab himself that kill. An overextension coming out from Waska. And they can't make more of those uncoordinated plays. Ooh. That was without the Ravage. It was just a clean kill found at the back of the Bramble Maze, and they got the Nature's Prophet. They still have a Ravage to play with. And the Nature's Prophet really needs to be careful. I don't think he can come back into the lane. I think he really just should look towards farming up the jungle for now. The Ravage coupled up with the Dark Willow will mean that if he comes back into the lane, he will end up falling. At the same time, though, towards the bot side, I mean, OG, Helm of the Dominator already picked up for FCR, and Janek has the Liquid Fire, so this towers should fall, and so will the rest of those towers. As soon as OG decide to push on more. And predictably, Hero will make his way towards the jungle. Of course, it is Costa on the Nature's Prophet. He has, I believe, his nick changed. You really do need the level 6s for Waska. The hook shot is a huge ability. Of course, the Willow Knight already has his level 6 because he was involved in so many of those kills and so many of those assists. The towers are going to be traded eventually as Waska find the top lane tower, and the Tidehunter right now is going to free farm, so is going to be making his way towards the Vladmir's first to start things off with. But ideally, he creates a pipe because OG are going to continue to push. The tier 1 tower towards the mid side is going to end up falling. One more Liquid Fire should do the trick. But Taelong is going to come in, so it's going to be a bit difficult for OG to actually commit to this tower. There's the Tidehunter coming in as well. Tower is... wow, he... FCR wants to get out with the skeletons. Interesting. They're going to make his way back to their Lycan. Oh, Pike, he is under vision right now, and there's no support coming in from Waska. There's just the clockwork. Unfortunately for OG, there's not really a whole lot they can do about this either. I mean, they didn't bring any of their heroes in. FCR decided to just run on in. I mean, they could have brought the Nature's Prophet with the teleportation. They could have thrown out the Nature's Wrath as well. I believe they had a fair chance of actually taking down that Templar. But they're deciding, again, to play it safe despite of the clear information that they have going in their favor.
Radiant are scanning.
The Primal Beast is very close to his Blink Dagger and may be able to make it once he grabs this easy kill on the Jakiro. Genic really can't do much about this. As great of a game that he had on the Pod's last game, he's not playing a playmaker. He is playing a Jakiro, which can be a playmaker in certain scenarios, but that's towards the later parts of the game. In the early game, a Jakiro is just a boring support. And Waska have done a great job at actually holding on towards this mid lane tier 1 tower. It's down to about 150 HP, but I think what Waska want, or rather should have looked to do, is take down the opposing side's tier 1 tower before their own tower falls. That way they can maintain the map control, or at least equalize it. Panda will acquire the Arcane Rune. Ooh, Yodomi doesn't have the hookshot, otherwise I think he would have loved to go in on that one. Bike though, he's been caught in with the Ice Path! The Nature's Wrath to come in as well, and he will end up melting before he can get the teleport out. The Clockwork is trying to go for the TP, will be able to do so, but the big kill was found by OG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Towards the top side, it is another big kill by Waska. At least they're attempting it on towards Lalatroni. He is going to throw down the Echo Slam, but will this be enough? He is going to end up getting hit by a lot of damage, and now the Ravage comes in, but coincidentally the Disruption came out. That's going to allow Lalatroni to actually blink away. Waska will be able to come out with one kill and maybe even find Lalatroni, who chose to stick around. Genic is going to come in with the Jakiro. They will be able to get Knight, but at the end of it all, it is going to be an exchange that favors Waska, at least on the top lane. However, when you consider the fact that they lost their Templar Assassin towards the bottom side, I believe it's going to be a near even exchange across the map.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A 2,000 net worth advantage still for Waska. The Tidehunter is doing very well for himself. He's about 1,000 net worth ahead of the Earthshaker, who does have his Blink Dagger. We saw it used in that last team fight to try and disengage. But the Primal Beast, Taelung, also has a Blink Dagger of his own. An amplified damage rune up for Lalatroni, and I think he can hold it for... He can hold the rune for 2 minutes, right? So he can wait for his Echo Slam to come back up, use the amplified damage, and go for an easy kill. Of course, the rune amplifies the amount of magical damage that you dish out too, but it seems like OG, they are confident in their ability to take down these heroes without their Echo Slam available. They want the Templar Assassin though. I identified the win condition for
are scanning
them, and they seem to agree with that. I mean, they want the Templar, but they will actually take whatever they can get in the meantime. It is going to be Yodomi in trouble. He does have the hookshot to escape, and turns out he doesn't even need the hookshot. He's just going to be able to walk that one away. But Lalatroni may want to be going in for a Blink Dagger play. Oh no, the Shadow Demon actually cut Yodomi from the back line. Waska were able to get the Nature's Prophet though. It is going to be a 1-for-1, but an exchange that heavily favors them, as OG are not covering their bases. They're going for these initiation, or rather these cheeky little smoke plays. But at the same time, when you have multiple of your heroes on the aggressive, you want to be playing defensive yourself if you're the carry. So you want to be farming up on safe areas. Maybe farm up on the triangle, rather than go out and play aggressive. FCR has the Helm of the Overlord built up. It's the disruption found on Yadomi once again. This time around, the Tidehunter is going to come in, but even if he throws out the Ravage, there isn't enough of a follow-up available for Waska to be able to do anything about this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They are going to signal towards the top side. As it turns out, OG want to be making moves, but Waska, I mean, this is the one thing that they are doing so well, is keeping their towers intact, is actually matching the aggression of OG. Sure, they lose their clockwork. That's completely fine if you're Waska. As long as you hold on to your objectives, allow Pyke to continue farming up on that Templar. He already has the Desolator. All he needs is the Blink Dagger to be online and play with the rest of his team. And then it's a matter of snowballing. Then it's how many kills can you acquire in a short amount of time. Get those Desolator stacks up, increase your damage output, and maybe even snowball through at the back of it.
Dire's bottom tower
Panda
is
needs to be
under
careful.
attack.
So does FCR. No, he's going to go towards the jungle creeps, but Taelong, he's going to get the green light. He is going to end up getting disrupted because he was a bit hesitant and actually fully committing. Maybe he should have gone in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But I think that Waska are fearing the counter initiation potential coming out from OG. I mean, they have the Echo, they have the Nature's Prophet. So at the end of it, when you're faced up against a Nature's Prophet, you're always going to be faced up against the +1, right? Whoever you can see, if you see the Lycan, for example, you will have to estimate a +1 with the Lycan, which is going to be the Nature's Prophet.
Tower is under attack.
Similar to the Dawnbreaker, for example.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Tidehunter has the Pipe of Insight built up. Oh, they actually went for a smoke. They were on their high ground and it was nighttime, so I don't think the Tidehunter spotted that smoke out. But the Earthshaker, he actually sees Taelong. He's going to start things off with the stun coming in from the Aftershock, but Taelong right now is pretty safe. However, there's an Ice Path that's going to miss. The Macro Pyre is going to get thrown out as well. There is the Spurge coming in from Panda, though. That is going to be a kill, but that Primal Beat, Taelong actually made it pretty far. Quite a lot of distance that was covered by him, which I really was not expecting. Now that Pyke has his Blink Dagger, this is
Radiant's
the
bottom
crucial
tower
point. This is
under
the
attack.
timing for Waska. What can they make happen with this Desolator and this Blink Dagger? And OG are going to have to be careful. At the same time, so will Waska against the Echo Slam. Waska to immediately go for the smoke play.
Radiant's middle tower
There's no
is
one
under
there
attack.
though. They're going to go for the Tormentor, but or is it going to be an outpost? No, it's definitely going to be the Tormentor. I suppose they went for the smoke play and realized it's a 20-minute mark. There were 4 heroes present here already. They didn't exactly need to use the smoke, but now they're going to go in from the outpost. This time around, it's a bit of a similar play to what happened in the last game. There was a full 5-match smoke outpost play. It didn't end up resulting in anything, and it turns out that it may not end up resulting in anything this time around either, as OG are just going to disengage entirely. So Waska won't be able to get the kill that they were hoping for, or that they were looking for. Very few kills on the board. A clear contrast to the previous game. A BKB now built up by Taelung, and the power spikes on Waska are,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
at least in my opinion, they're a bit stronger than the power spikes found on OG. Which is why I think there's a lot of hesitancy from OG to actually fully commit. I mean, the BKB coming in from Taelung is the insurance against the BKB, right? So he will be able to get a full duration pulverize off because OG can't actually do anything to stop it outside of being able to throw down the disruption. It's the mid lane of tower that is going to end up falling as Waska look towards heading on over towards the triangle. There's an Arcane Rune up for the Primal Beast as well. And now there's a smoke play. However, there are so many of Waska's heroes nearby and not enough from OG that I don't think they can initiate with the smoke. They are going to move on a bit back, but Lala Troni, the Wolf actually spots out Pike. They're waiting. They're gonna go in with the Echo Slam, with the stuns, and Pike will fall right from underneath Waska. They weren't able to respond to this with how fast OG comes in. And it's always that +1, right? An Earthshaker Jakiro initiating on you, you will expect a +1 to come out. As so far, Waska have not been able to do much with their Templar. Haven't been able to do much with their Desolator. He's farming up for that Chrysalis, but he may want to go for the BKB. Ooh, Taelung actually almost spotted out the Nature's Prophet, but even if he does, he needs follow-up to be able to get these kills. As for the first time in this game, the lead is going to go the way of OG. Ooh. I think the spider senses for Taelung are tingling. Another 5-man smoke. I think this is one of the last smokes for their team. Yeah, it's the last smoke that they have. And they absolutely need to get a few good kills off. But OG, they have planted their support in front. It's Panda on the Shadow Demon. However, Costa is farming right there. Wolf is going to be sent out. But these Ancient Creeps, it will mean that they know someone is there. It is just going to be the Shadow Demon. However, it's an initiation towards the backline. They have found the big target. It is the Earthshaker. The BKB comes out from Taelung, which means 2 heroes from OG are going to fall. They will be able to take down the Willow. But at the end of it all, Waska can continually fight because they don't have the threat of the Echo Slam faced up against them. They may look towards taking down this tier 1 tower without the creeps present.
Bottom tower has fallen.
So a good initiation and engagement found by Waska. And that's what they need to do. OG don't actually have a lot of survivability, right? The Earthshakers of now are now building up this Blink Dagger into a Yasha, and a Kaya allows you to throw out your spells much more quickly. But it comes at the cost of sustain. It comes at the cost of not being able to do all that much outside of your spells, right? Previously, when the build was the Aghanim Scepter, you would have been able to do so much with the Aghanim, just constantly jump around and even have that escape mechanism built in. But I suppose that is one of the weaknesses. Knight is going to very aggressively blink himself forward. He actually cut out both the supports from OG. And the TPs are coming in, so is the hookshot. They have the Shadow Demon under wrap. The question is, can they finish him off? Lalatroni is looking for the Echo Slam in, but it's a risky engagement. And it turns out that OG are going to disengage. At least temporarily, the Wolf is giving vision. But just as how Waska have to be careful of the Echo Slam from OG, it's actually OG who have to be super careful of the Ravage from the Tidehunter. Oh no, Gen X been caught out. He has the use and a nice Fisher comes out from Lalatroni, separating the fight, and this Tidehunter is very low on HP, but he's able to push everyone back from OG. They're trying to actually catch out the Takiro, but they will make do with the Lycan pulverizing him. And now Lalatroni comes in with the Echo. Taelong will immediately lose his life, but again the maze and a 3-man Ravage is gonna end up meaning the end potentially for OG. They're so low, but still able to hold on, but not hold on long enough. They will lose too, but at the end of it all, Waska will also have to pay for it. They will lose 3 of their heroes because they were a bit indecisive in who they wanted to fully commit on. A 2,000 net worth swing going the way of OG. I think they're going to be more than happy with this because they forced the Ravage out. And that means they may want to make a move towards the Roshan pit while Waska can't play with that one.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Overall, a fight that actually goes the way of OG, all things considered. I think the Templar Assassin really needs a BKB. Pyke, if he has a BKB, he can continually stand in that team fight and fight, right? You don't have to fear the Echo Slam so much. But just the fact that they have that one ability, and the fact that this Lycan, he's giving so much information. Oh man, just constantly OG are aware of where Waska are, so they know that there's no Roshan threat. They know there's no Roshan play. As long as you can make sure that Roshan isn't snuck out, you will be in a good position.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom
Sacred will have the Shivas after a while, but right now he will have the Jakiro, who will use himself up into the air, but it's not going to matter. Pyke with a nice Psyblade play will get the kill. Has 6 Desolator stacks and now has that Daedalus. So even without the BKB, it means that the timing window for that Echo Slam just got a whole lot smaller. Because you're going to be faced up with 1,000 damage critical strike. So you need to come in with an Echo Slam much earlier. Lalatroni is looking to go in. He has the Echo, but needs to be quick about this. However, the supports from Waska are going to hold him back. As Taelong will go in, he has the Pulverize to play with. The Earthshaker is going to get stunned up into the ground. And now they find the Lycan. He will activate the Shapeshift. Can they bring the Lycan down? He's leashed. He can't run away. Lalatroni is going to come in with the Echo Slam. The Lycan still able to stay alive. And Waska, they've already lost. They've used up all the fuel in this team fight. They will try and turn things around anyway, but it's just not going to happen. They will end up getting team wiped 30 minutes in, even though they were the ones to possess the Aegis. And all OG lost was their Nature's Prophet. Sure, it was the carry, but that is worth it each and every single time. Waska, the theme for the lost team fight was the fact that they couldn't grab someone and dish out the damage. The same theme repeats as the Templar Assassin, the Tidehunter. They went in, but it seemed like the Primal Beast had different plans because he wasn't there for the Pulverize. You need to you need to find someone to hold them down and take them down. You can't allow OG to maneuver around in those team fights because they will be the ones to come out ahead. You have that few seconds of a window with that Ravage, but there's not a whole lot you can do if you struggle to get kills despite of having a Daedalus. And now once again, it turns out Waska want to be making a play. The disruption is going to keep the Shadow Demon alive, and OG are going to turn this around. On towards Knight. He will fall, and they know that there's no Ravage to play against.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top
Costa
tower
now
is
has...
under attack.
I mean, he will have a Daedalus of his own. Has the BKB, but... Sorry about that FPS loss, guys. That got me out slightly off guard too.
Is under attack.
Now on towards the tier 2s. And it does seem like OG are the ones to snowball at the back of those 2-1 team fights. And where is the BKB? It is being built now by Pyke, but I wonder if it's too late. If he had the BKB for some of those earlier team fights, perhaps he could have held his ground. But time and time again, it is just the one Echo Slam that reverses the entire team fight for Waska. And I'm not too sure how you play up against an Echo as well as an Ice Spot and all of these disables that are coming in. But still, OG, they are looking collected. They're looking pretty calm too. Now Latroni will be making his very own Shivas, and they will be able to find the Clockwork. A pretty quick kill to be found by them. 13,000 of a network advantage now, and they're going for the Moss Teleport towards the outpost. Perhaps they want to actually catch Waska, the support and the mid off guard, but they will need more heroes for it. However, it's the Tide Hunter. Oh man, they found Sacred off guard. He is going to go for a very cheeky teleport, but it will never happen. The Honage call comes out, and Waska, they played it so much better compared to game number 1, where they lost from the laning phase. This time around, they were the ones to actually win in the laning phase. But when it comes time to group up, consolidate together, and take those team fights, it turns out that OG are the ones who are stronger. I certainly do. I really like the synergy coming out from this OG squad. I mean, they just play very well together. They know who to execute on, they know who to save, they know who or how to take those team fights, when to back away, and they all do it together. Really seems like a squad on the same page, on the same sentence. Tide Hunter almost has his Shivas, and Pyke should have his BKB. It's flying out right now. The Tormentor will go the way of OG, and it will be Genek who actually picks that one up. It's small upgrades, but I think that OG are looking for one more clean team fight before they head on over to the high ground. It's either that or the Roshan, right? But OG are going to be happy waiting it out. Ooh. Turns out both teams want to be making a play. It's on towards Pyke. He's going to end up getting stunned down, but the Pulverize is going to come out. He'll be able to activate the BKB and turn things around. OG are going to crumble on the side here. They will end up losing a Nature's Prophet too. If he doesn't find a teleport out, he will. But that was such a costly exchange. It happened in the blink of an eye, but this time around, it is Waska that comes out on top. Oh man, that was such a quick initiation from both of these sides. Very well played by Waska to recognize that their Templar Assassin is the one that is going to be under threat. So anytime you hear a sound cue, anytime you hear anything on the map, you look towards your Templar. Protect your Templar, make sure your Templar can get off his BKB, And Pike will win you the team fight. He deals the most amount of damage in the game.
Bounty.
Dire's top tower is under
They
attack.
may even find themselves the Shadow Demon. It's Panda in trouble. The hookshot is not going to land, but he won't even be allowed to use his disruption. Ooh, Costa, does he want to be committing to this counter? Turns out he is just going to back away. But, I mean, Waska at the back of that last team fight, they have brought themselves back into the game. There is there is 5,500 gold on Knight. Guys, why is there 5,500 gold on this support? Is he thinking? Maybe he wants to purchase a really big item. Maybe he wants to get a straight up hex. I mean, he can. But I have very rarely seen supports hang on to this much gold. The Primal Beast has about 5,000. When you consider all of the gold that Waska are actually holding on to, I mean, 5,500 on the Willow, 5,000 on the Primal Beast. This number, the net worth advantage that OG have is actually much higher because the useful net worth that Waska are playing with is much lower because they haven't actually bought their items. But I will keep a look on what this Willow eventually picks up, if he picks something up. And yeah, it is going to be just the straight up Hex. Meanwhile, the Primal Beast will be going for the Heart of Taraz. So a lot of HP that comes out from them. There is no refresher on Lalatroni. Of course, the HP regen from the Heart will, I believe, be slowed down by the Shivas once it does come out. But without the refresher, I'm not exactly too sure if they have the damage output to clean up this Primal Beast. The Roshan will roar. This will give the signal to OG that this is happening. Janek will teleport towards the top side, but so far this Roshan is falling very quickly, and OG will not be able to contest this.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's a Satanic up for Costa. Mjolnir, I mean, he's nearly maxed out. He will be making a butterfly. But we are hitting critical mass for both of these sides. Even a Templar Assassin should be maxed out by now. He will also be heading on over, making a Nullifier. And I believe the Nature's Prophet is level 25. Yeah, he's level 26 to be exact, but he has that 0 cooldown on the teleportation. The kill speed is evened out by now. So it's 1 kill per minute in this game.
Dire's bottom
But both
tower
teams
is
will
under
be
attack.
hesitant in making a move.
Dire's courier has been
Ooh, that
killed.
was an expensive courier. That was a Lotus Orb that will not be there for OG.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's on towards the tower. Nature's Prophet. Oh, OG, they're coming in with the teleports. They want to be coming in to try and defend this, but it's going to be against an Aegis. The Ice Path is going to get thrown out, but however, the Shadow Demon Pandas actually got out in that triangle. The hookshot isn't going to land because of the Ancient Creeps. However, this is a troublesome scenario for OG. Lalakshoni is going to go in with the Echo Slam on the backline. However, he hasn't been able to get anyone. So far, it's just been the Shadow Demon to fall, and Hero has actually been caught out. Pike able to dish out the damage. The Refresher pulverized on the Nature's Prophet. He has fallen, and the Pike to come in from the Templar Assassin. The Aegis will pop. However, he's going to be doing alright as the Lycans lost his life. OG lose out both of their important cores, considering the fact that the Echo Slam was used.
Has fallen.
Lalakshoni won't have that to defend this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
So far, though, I mean, Vike doesn't actually have the supports beside him. He does have Tielong, who's going to come in with the Boots of Travel. Genek with the Outworld Staff is going to have to be careful. I mean, Tielong could have gone for the Pulverize. He doesn't have it.
Dire's bottom
And now it is going to be the first lane of Barracks is to be besieged by Waska. Who would have thought that they would have been able to manage the comeback after what OG did in game number 1? But Waska are looking for that comeback, and they may be able to find it. As Savage goes in with the Tide Hunter on that back line. There's a Pulverize. The disruption comes out, but it's only made a target out of the Shadow Demon. Taelong will be able to find the kill, and the two supports from OG, they will lose their lives before their cores respawn, and that may have just given Waska the space to go on further. They're going to push for this mid-side tier 2, and there's nothing that OG can do about this. The Ravage will be up in about 40 seconds. So it does mean that perhaps Waska back away.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
There's a Scepter on Clockwork too. The second lane of Barracks is
Structures are fortified.
the Jakiro and the Shadow Demon. Both the supports from OG don't have the buyback.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It really seems like the mid lane of Barracks will also fall for OG, as the lead will go back in favor of Waska after 30 whole minutes. And
Dire's middle barracks has
all that's really required for them to find the game and take it to a game number 3 is that lost lane. It's the top side. And I think that Waska are going to play this safe. They are going to wait for Roshan to respawn, and then they will go for the Aegis and then go for the game. They will also have, if they're able to take the Roshan down, of course, they will have the double refresher coming in. Meanwhile, for OG, I mean, the problem is they've hit critical mass already. I think that Lalakshoni really needs... Oh, he has a refresher. Okay. Maybe with the refresher, with that double Echo Slam coming in from OG, perhaps they, if they find the initiation, can actually, just by the shock factor, take down the Templar Assassin. If they're able to do that, perhaps they will win the team fight. They even have the amplified damage for the Nature's Prophet. He did buy out for the Butterfly. OG are looking for a way in, but if It's a dire team. They simply can't let the second Roshan go. It's just not going to happen. Right? They can't fight against the refresher. Sure, the Tidehunter and the Primal Beast can't use it. Because using the refresher orb actually cancels out the refresher, the item of the refresher as well. Or the one that's dropped by Roshan. The refresher shard. There we go. I found it. I just remembered what it was called. Oh. And this is a massive Tidehunter. Not the items, just the how big the hero has become. I think both teams are reliant on that second that last Roshan, that third Roshan. I think that's what they are waiting for. Genic has had the Aghanim Scepter for quite a while, so the supports won't be making that big third item. Knight already has it. He was farming away at that Scythe of Ice and he has it now. Yadomi is feeling so confident in this game, he will make the Boots of Travel. And I believe that's the second Boots of Travel they have. The Primal Beast also has one. Roshan is going to respawn in about 2 minutes.
Radiant are
Oh, actually, Roshan is going to spawn right now. There is a wolf here, though. It's going to enter the Roshan pit because Waska have not planted down any sentry. Now they do so. They see the wolves. However, I don't think that either team... No, neither team actually realized that Roshan... Oh, that was just... I actually can't tell when Roshan is going to spawn. They almost found another Trony, but it seems like Long, he still wants to be going for that prize. The Lotus Orb will come in place, but the Ravage to come out. And OG, they have been stunned up on 4 of their heroes. Waska want to be coming in. Yadomi comes in with the hook shot. The Echo Slam goes out, and Pike is in trouble right now. In that macro fire, is forced to be disengaging, but Sacred is going to lose his life. Instantly going to go for the buyback, and the Templar Assassin will also fall. Waska, they almost found the right initiation, but OG were able to turn it around. And they will find themselves with 3 heroes, even forcing the buyback on that Tidehunter. And they'll even find Roshan. The big question is, does Waska come for the contest? It falls so incredibly quickly that I don't think they're even going to be able to, even if they want. OG still keeping themselves in this game, and I think with that last team fight, with the fact that they now have the Aegis in their favor, I think they might just be significantly ahead because the Tidehunter doesn't have the buyback. Templar Assassin doesn't actually have the buyback either, so I think OG are going to equalize despite of the glyph coming out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Second lane of barracks is
Are under attack.
to be under threat, and Waska, I think what they're waiting for is their Templar Assassin to respawn. The glyph is also going to come out. It is going to push OG back, but I don't think that OG are going anywhere. I think they want this second lane.
Middle tower has fallen.
Maybe even the game, if Waska decide to force the issue. It does seem like they are posturing towards it. Sacred will walk on forward, but not really using his blink to initiate. The rocket flares are going to catch out everyone. Hero is going to cancel his teleportation in favor of starting a fight. The Ravage comes out, but the Pulverize is the real issue. It is holding the Nature's Prophet in place. Aegis will fall. However, Waska have used everything, and Sacred needs to be careful because it's his buyback, but a nice ultimate coming in from the Willow. Fearing the OG, 3 of their heroes are forced to run back. But Hero wants to be fighting back against Spike, the Templar Assassin, who does use the BKB, but the Sprout as well as a double Macropyre will mean his end. And the Clockwork will fall too. The buybacks are going to be coming out from both of these sides. They want to be going all in. They recognize the fact that maybe, just maybe, the Templar Assassin doesn't have the buyback. That must be what OG is thinking, and they want to be forcing it out even if there's a small chance that he does.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
It's Mega Creeps and Waska, who won the laning phase, who made the comeback in this game despite those 2 team fights. And it really seemed like they were going to be able to take it to a game number 3 because they were the ones to take down the 2 barracks from OG. They are now the ones to be faced up with losing this best of 3, getting clean sweep by OG. The tier 4s, they are going to fall, but it seems towards the back line they are going to make one last defense, one last play, one last Ravage, perhaps, as Sacred is going to end up falling. The Pulverite is going to come out on towards Hero, but a disruption keeping the Nature's Prophet alive. He will just be able to use the Satanic and turn things around. OG, they will be able to clean everyone from Waska up and make their way towards the throne. FCR even calls it he is the big bad wolf. And OG, they have won game number 2, and they have taken this series. Oh man, what a series coming out. And this was just a debut, guys, of America's Convergence series number 2. Remember, it is a round robin. Waska, with how much pressure they were able to apply on OG's squad, considering how well OG looked in game number 1, I do think that Waska are one of the stronger teams out there in America's Convergence, despite of not being successful here today. Right, I really do think that they are going to be making it into the playoffs as well. Overall, though, phenomenal series coming out from both of these sides. Very hotly contested, very back and forth in game number 2, even if game number 1 was a bit of a stomp. But OG versus Waska, I wish them the best of luck. OG, of course, are going to be at the top of the group stage because it was a debut match. Nothing too interesting there. But of course, both of these teams, it is a single group round robin. So both of these teams will have to play against 8 other opponents. So plenty of chances for both of these teams to be making it. Plenty of chances for all of the other teams out there to be making it. You're going to be playing against 9 teams in total. And of course, we have another best of 3 lined up for you guys. It is going to be played between All-Stars and Starbacks, and that will be played in about half an hour. So don't go anywhere. Or rather, you can go anywhere, grab yourself some tea, but be back in about half an hour as we take it for the second series for today between Starbacks and All-Stars. So I will see you guys there. Hey guys, welcome back to the America's Convergence series number 2. We are in the second best of 3 for today. Starbucks versus the All-Stars. And just to give you guys a bit of a recap, this is the second best of 3. The first one, the debut match of the tournament, was between OG Latin America versus Waska, sorry,
10
it
seconds
just
remaining.
slipped my mind. Mostly because OG destroyed Waska in
5
game number
seconds
1.
remaining.
However, game number 2 really looked like Waska would have been able to win it out. I mean, they had the net worth advantage, they had the Raxes down. All they really needed to do was close the game out. Unfortunately, OG turned out to be the better team and they did not allow Waska to come up with the comeback. And that was the recap. I mean, that was a pretty clean recap. And if you guys want to check out one of the best
Dire
Pudge
team
performances
bad.
that I have seen in quite a while, do make sure to look back towards the WOD for this first day. Take a look at OG's
Radiant
Pudge player,
team banned.
Genic, in game number 1. But right now, the spotlight
Radiant
is on
team
Starbucks versus All Stars. Both of these
Dire
sides
team
went pretty far in series number 1. In fact, I believe Starbucks actually came in third, or yeah, Starbucks were the third place for the series number 1, and All Stars were in 4th place. So both of these sides, they are pretty similar.
10
We
seconds
actually had Starbucks and All Stars play against each other on the 4th of August for
5
America's
seconds
Convergence
remaining.
Series 1, and Starbucks managed to chuck out the win 2-1. It did come down to that game number 3, which lasted over 40 whole minutes before we had a winner. And let's see if this series is going to be the same. Starbucks come out with the Earthshaker as well as the Pugna, and All Stars come out with the Nature's Prophet, the Silencer, and the Earth Spirit. And I think that Earthshaker and Pugna is a hero that Falcons love to play. Right? We see them pick it up nearly every single time. Meanwhile, the Nature's Prophet. Now, this is where things get
10
tricky,
seconds
right? Because
remaining.
All Stars, whenever they play the Nature's Prophet, they play it so
5
well.
seconds
It's a flex
remaining.
pick, can go on the mid lane, can go on the top lane. However, one hero that I'm seeing after a really long time, and I mean a really, really long time, is this Earth Spirit. Now, I've seen the spirits being flexed onto unorthodox positions like the Ember Spirit on the carry position, the Void Spirit on the carry position. We've all seen it. I have not seen this Earth Spirit in a very long time, and I wonder which position this Earth Spirit is going to be played. Ideally, the mid lane. However, if you want to flex it out, you could play the Earth Spirit support as a position 4 role. It's a decent initiator, a decent aura builder, and has that safe potential if you can come up with the Aghanim Scepter. So
10
we may have
seconds. Dire team
something like that come about. However, Starbucks, I mean, they will pick the Lycan up. I think they were looking at the last series because the Lycan being played by OG FCR was one big bad wolf. Let's see if Starbucks will be able to replicate that performance. And I really do like the fact that
10
Starbucks,
seconds
they are,
remaining.
I think they are
5
playing with
seconds remaining.
much of the same players as before. Yeah, it is Snuffy on the position 1, Alone on the position 2. And obviously Take Care Maya and Angel on the position 3 and support positions. I think Angel is their carry, right? Snuffy is Angel, and then 999 must be Axel. So all in all, Starbucks. I mean, this is Starbucks are an organization. Perhaps I think they're one of the older organizations in South American Dota, and they are one of the more consistent ones. I have been taking a look at their recent roster changes. There aren't that many to be found. All Stars, though, it is the theme for the last series was, or I'm talking about the last tournament, right? America's Convergence
seconds
was the mid laner. right? Where all of the mid laners coming out, Benjamin on the All-Stars versus alone on Starbucks. It is going to come down to the mid lane, I feel like. This entire group stage is going to be a showing of the mid lane, how well you can play on the mid lane. That was the theme for the last tournament. I don't expect things to change because these teams, they have some phenomenal mid players. The Leshrac to come out, nothing too surprising. I mean, All Stars love to play the Leshrac, right? Even in the last tournament, they played the Leshrac so much, so often. Have a lot of success with it, right? That cannot be doubted even for a second. However, at the same time, teams can play against the Leshrac, right? If you are able to stack up enough damage, something that is lacking right now from Starbucks. I will say that. I mean, you have the Willow as a support to bring in the damage. You have the Earthshaker as well, but Lycan deals a slow burn, at least until he can close up the distance, and then he's able to actually stack up the damage, right? The Pugna's Decrepify, unfortunately, will not be helping him, not in this game, and I don't think the Life Drain will be of any use either, because you have the Silencer, the Nature's Prophet, the Earth Spirit, Leshrac, so many heroes that deal a lot of magical and pure damage, if we talk about the Edict, and then the Nature's Prophet, that not only deals a lot of magical damage through that Nature's Wrath, but also a lot of physical DPS at the back of, just the items he likes to make on that carry role. It does mean that All-Stars will be playing an Earth Spirit on the support position or on the offlane position. That is still open for them.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
All-Stars look towards getting their lost pick, the Van now, the Swen, as well as the Ursa, and Starbucks are not thinking this is going to be an Earth Spirit position 3, neither do I. In fact, I think that for All-Stars, picking themselves up a beefy, tanky frontliner is going to be the way to go about it. Perhaps you even just pick yourselves up a Tidehunter, in all honesty. Yeah, there we go. There's a Tidehunter that comes out from All-Stars. And Starbucks, what carry are you going to be going for? Right? Mid-Earthshaker against a Leshrac, not that great, but you have to go for a strong carry right now. And there aren't a lot of options. The Templar Assassin doesn't do well against the Leshrac. The Terrorblade, I mean, I think you kind of have to go for the Terrorblade right now, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, they're going to take their sweet time thinking about this, but I don't know if it'll change the circumstance. I think you're going to end up with a TB anyway, but will be surprising if you go for the TA here. Apart from that, I mean, you have the Dragon Knight if you want some additional frontline, perhaps add on enough tankiness that All-Stars can't cut through you, but that's a risky decision because they have so much damage from the other side. So perhaps that long distance hitter, maybe a cheese sniper pick could end up working out. But I mean, against the Nature's Prophet, not all that great. Starbucks, they are going to go for the Lifestealer. Interesting pick to come out from them. I mean, inside of the Global Silence, the Lifestealer can't exactly do all that much, but I suppose I get the idea, right? You can block out most of the magical damage that's coming out from the other side, apart from the Edict. In fact, I think you can block out the Edict too. I will make sure. I will make sure to gather the information once the game starts, and then you can, at the end of the day, block out that Ravage, right? Once it comes out from the Tidehunter. So Starbucks pick themselves a very stable carry. I wonder if this Lifestealer, I wonder if Angel will be able to acquire enough damage to actually take Zaza down, or even do anything to the Tidehunter. That in my opinion is going to be the big question. I think at the end of it, it's going to come down to alone on the Earthshaker, right? What he is able to do, how much space he's able to create. But before he's able to do anything, he's going to have to survive against the Leshrac on the mid lane. And that, in my opinion, is the hard part, right? Man, the Leshrac versus Lurchik. I mean, sure, you have the enchant totem, and you can dish out enough damage against the Leshrac, but the Leshrac just does so well. I mean, the Diabolic Edict means that you can't exactly go for the enchant totem strike on the Leshrac. So, man. It's a tough laning phase for Starbucks. I will say that even before this Tidehunter pick came out, it was looking a bit rough. They will have to hold on to the laning phase, and then they will have to find enough farm on this Lifestealer. Not to mention, they will have to make plays with this Earth Shaker, which is going to be difficult. But let's see. Let's not count them out quite just yet. Remember, these are pretty much two very even teams, with two phenomenal mid lane players, two phenomenal carries, and the rest of their teams don't slack around, right? The offlaner, the support players, these are two heavyweights in the South American region. And I will just adjust the logo ever so slightly. There we go. The beautiful America's Convergence series logo is rightly placed now, and we will head on over to game number 1 between Starbucks and All Stars. Both of these sides actually they're going to go for the smoke play.
This is going to be good. Did I do that? Time to earn myself a bad reputation.
Interesting. I mean, a smoke play just to have a stare off on the mid lane is interesting, of all things, because you can't exactly push towards the other side. Neither side actually has a great level 1 contest. I mean, I suppose All Stars are stronger with it because they have the Edict as well as the Earth Spirit, but I think that despite all of this posturing, I think it's going to be 2 and 2 bounty runes for both of these sides. The horn is going to be blown, and there's an aggressive observer ward over from the side of the All Stars on Starbucks territory. So it does mean that the entirety of Starbucks, they are visible, and ASA will actually be able to sneak a bounty rune. That means that All Stars will be able to grab themselves up that extra third bounty and will have 200 more gold to start off with compared to Starbucks. So a nice sneaky little play from this Earth Spirit.
You rock.
We'll have to see what this double melee combination is going to be able to do. I mean, the Lifestealer is going to be feeling pretty safe about for himself, right? The Rage just means that the Tidehunter and the Earth Spirit can't actually do anything. Meanwhile, the Pugna has the Decrepify, right? So he should be able to keep himself safe. And so the intent of this off lane, which is to play as aggressive as possible, isn't really going to be working out for us All Stars the way that they want. And 999 may actually find himself a kill here. If ESA isn't careful, he actually went to walk back up! And that means ESA will end up losing his life. 999 will grab himself the easiest first blood he has gotten in his life so far. And that was all he had to do, was throw down a few nether blasts and throw down a few hits, and he was able to grab himself that early start to the game. Oh man, that was not a kill that I was expecting. I mean, All Stars quite literally walked back into that one. Walked back right into that one. Meanwhile, mid lane, all things considered, the Earth Shaker is doing okay for himself right now. The only question is, will he be able to continue with this momentum, as Benjamin has the Lightning Storm as well as a Split Earth to play with. He hasn't skilled up his Edict, but actually does he want to be going in alone, able to play with the trees there? But it's towards the top lane where all these kills are happening. Zasa is gonna fall, but not before he's able to take out the Lycan. And now Failing and Monty are going to go 1-to-1. Monty finds the root. Unfortunately, he will end up eating the tower hit and will fall. All Stars come out ahead towards the top lane. But I think so far for both of these teams, they're going to be pretty happy with this.
I'm toying with you. You understand?
We'll have to see.
Denied.
Nice denies being found by Alone. And Benjamin isn't really skilling his Pulse Nova, or rather his Diabolic Edict. I wonder what the idea is behind this skill build, because with the Edict, you can just essentially run over the Earthshaker. He is a melee hero. Now we'll have an Edict, but it's just level 1. It doesn't actually do all that much damage at the level 1 mark, but so far so good. I mean, I suppose Alone is going to be happy with that. Still needs to be a bit careful, of course. He can end up in danger without realizing. 4-minute Water Rune is going to spawn, and Monty is moving in. Benjamin activates his Edict, and Alone now is in danger. Monty is coming in from the back line, but the Willow will be able to actually find the root if he's careful enough. Benjamin will end up being careful about it, though, as 999 comes in, plants down another ward, which will end up being taken out as soon as it starts. And now they look towards turning it around on towards 999. Benjamin has another Lightning Storm to play with, but he is falling incredibly low right now. Will try to turn it around, but won't be able to do so. He was abandoned by that Earth Spirit, who decided he was the Benjamin was a lost cause. And All Stars, they tried to come out with a sneaky play, however they ended up losing on the mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
ASA will end up getting rooted down, and Starbucks may end up also losing out on their Pugna. Zasa comes in with the Nature's Prophet. Unfortunately, a nice Fisher block is found by Alone, and that means that Zasa, he can run, or rather try to run as much as he wants, but he doesn't have a boost of speed, so he doesn't exactly run very fast. One more Enchant Totem will do the trick, but Benjamin comes in. It won't be enough. Monty will still find the kill. And now Alone doesn't actually have that Echo Slam. However, it won't matter. Benjamin died as soon as he respawned, and ASA also just happened to respawn. This is a bit of a disaster for the side of All Stars, as they're going to end up losing 2 of their heroes back to back.
Not spirit.
Oh man, that was got really shaky from their side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
Still though, it's not a huge loss for the All-Stars. They can come back into this, but not if they keep on feeding these kills. I mean, Alone now on the silencer. Feeling was the only one doing so well for himself, but now he isn't looking too good. He will end up falling, and this mid lane is now very vulnerable to 999's Nether Blasts. It is level 2. So it doesn't do as much damage as a level 4 Nether Blast, but it does plenty. I mean,
Radiant
around 120 damage per blast. And they even found Benjamin once again, 3rd time in a row. The Leshrac falls. If Starbacks are able to recognize who the threat is, and it is Benjamin, The Earthshaker throws down the Echo Slam. Won't be enough to save his life. But All-Stars, they are constantly being forced to come to this mid lane to try and contest Starbucks. And that's actually leaving Starbucks heroes safe to farm. Once again, Monty now the one in trouble, and it does seem like Zasa will be able to find him with that Sprout. However, Angel comes in, finds himself an easy double kill, and even the triple is going to be found by him. It would have been found by him, but 999 comes in with the Nether Blast, and that is 3 heroes down by the All-Stars, and they only found the one support Willow. That is not a good look. And it doesn't even stop the pressure here, right? Because 999 stayed alive through all of that, he can just continue to throw down the Nether Blasts. One more blast and this tower will fall. Or 2 more blasts and the tower will fall.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh man. The glyph is going to come out, but the question is it going to be doing anything?
Dire's middle tower.
Despite of all of the posturing, all of the maneuvering that they have done towards the mid lane, it has cost them significantly. I mean, if you take a look at the net worth, right, all 3 of the cores from Starbucks are at the top of the net worth chart, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon. They are wrapping around. They want this Leshrac. You don't have the Echo Slam, so can you actually take Benjamin down? Alone will find another Fissure block. This time around, though, the Edict is activated and the Split Earth does come out. However, Alone is keeping his distance, making sure that Benjamin can't actually pose a threat to him. And he will end up going back.
Coin for me.
Monty has an urn. The big question is, Alone is very close to his Blink Dagger. Just about 450 gold before he acquires that, and All-Stars are not prepared for this. The Earthshaker, because he has done so well for himself, Alone will have a very early Blink. And once you have that Blink coming up, I mean, look at the difference right now. Benjamin, he's about 1600 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, his rival mid laner has it now, almost. So once you have that Blink, it's go time. Maybe even before that, as you grab yourself up an amplified damage rune and you can make up for the lack of the Blink. They are waiting. The Pugna 999 is going to go towards from the other side. The question is, can All-Stars protect these stacks here? Another Fissure block, and it's going to be an easy kill found on Benjamin. The fact that the Lifestealer is here means that Feeling is going to lose his life too. Angel playing a very active Lifestealer as a carry. Alone is going to end up eating a Ravage on the other side, though he may have overextended, and one Sprout from Zasa is going to mean the end of him. But Starbucks have already come out with the majority of these stacks. They want to turn around and fight. They know there is no Ravage, and maybe Angel will be able to take ASA down, but will decide against it. ASA will barrel roll himself past the Lifestealer, and good for him because he was about to die. And the Lifestealer will just find a TP out. 999 though, the one in trouble. There is a Split Earth available for Benjamin, but he needs to close the distance before he's able to use it. Meanwhile, the Bedlam coming out from the Dark Willow, and now Benjamin's actually going to fall. He walked into that one, and he did not see that coming. 999, this is the most daring Pugna that I have seen, and now Alone is here. He doesn't have the Blink Dagger, but he is walking in towards the Echo Slam, and it's a twofer. He will be able to find both Zasa as well as Feeling, and All-Stars. They are giving up too many kills too early on. It's a 5,000 net worth advantage, and it doesn't seem like Starbucks are going to slow the pedal anytime soon. keep in mind, while all of this was going on, you have Maya just farming up on the Lycan. Just consistently farming. Maya doesn't care. Because the more space you get, the better you off as a lycanthrope. And now another Bedlam on towards Dusket. It won't be enough to end up cleaning the Tidehunter's life. He is one of the tankiest heroes there, so I'm not too sure what the game plan there was from Monty. But perhaps he was just trying to force another set of movements out. He was successful if that was his intention, because 3 heroes had to come in towards the top lane. Even Benjamin had to walk towards the top side.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Invisibility.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, he hasn't Think Dagger. He's gonna go in on towards Benjamin. The root is gonna be there as well, and Benjamin can't even get off a lightning storm before dying. This is a bit of a disaster for the side of All Stars.
Has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Global silence? It's a clean angel up. I mean, using a global silence to take down the carry, that is going to be worth it every single day of the week because you are playing from behind. But right now you're losing your own carry. Zasa ends up falling, so this is a near even trade out. It does favor All Stars considerably, considering the fact that they are down on net worth. Right, 6,000 net worth down. So as many kills as they can get, even if they are even trades, even position trades, it will favor them, and they will even be able to find Monty
Radiant's bottom tower
on the Willow, who is trying to get away, but 999 ends up falling, overextending his life as well. This is a bit of a mistake coming out, a bit of quite a few sets of mistakes coming out from his Starbucks, but they wanted to bait the ASA in. They found the bait, but Zasa, he'll be able to take down the Earthshaker. Monty won't be able to survive either. All that for just one support is not going to be worth it. Oh, the Lifestealer Angel, he's coming in. Actually was able to dodge the Split Earth as well, and one Infest Bomb. He will be able to clean Zasa up and now turn his attention on towards Benjamin. He is inside of his rage. A few more hits should do the trick, and Benjamin will end up falling. He is able to activate his Pulse Nova, and Lifestealer Angel can't actually come out with the kill. The Glimmer Cape from 999 keeping the Lifestealer alive, and now Maya comes in from the backline inside the Shapeshift. He is a big bad wolf, and Maya is now on a double kill and may even be able to find himself a triple on the Lycan if he can take this Tidehunter down. It is going to be quite a bit of a chase though, as the Tidehunter is quite tanky as a hero, but eventually with enough stuns, with enough rules, they can find him as well as Angel. I'm not too sure what the Lifestealer was doing there, but at the end of it all, it is going to be quite a lot of kills being found by his Starbacks, and I think they're going to be happy with that. All Stars, turns out, they were the ones who overcommitted past the point of them being able to take the Earthshaker down. They really should have just disengaged entirely. They didn't have the ultimates, they didn't have the Ravage, they didn't have the Nature's Wrath or the Global Silence to play with. And you need your ultimates up if you want to play at your strongest.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Zasa really needs to be careful. I mean, teleporting yourself towards the bot lane where Starbucks have 3 heroes, that's not the right idea. All Stars really have to collect themselves together if they want to come up with a comeback. I mean, right now the game is kind of snowballing out of control if you are All Stars. Don't have too many rooms for error anymore.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shapeshift from Maya. Wants to be going in. He saw a feeling But I have a feeling the creeps would have been enough to actually take his life. Maybe even enough to take ASA down. He finds a barrel roll the other way. A nice cheeky little escape there. But there won't be an escape from this. Like, I mean, it's straight up impossible to contest the shapeshift right now. I mean, Maya is just super strong. Has a Hyperstone as well as a Helm of the Overlord. Will be able to acquire the plate mail as well. And will have the assault quarters built up by that 20-minute mark. It is looking straight up impossible.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tidehunter doesn't have the Vladimirs. I mean, the Bedlam does do enough damage to potentially take out a Tidehunter. One more hit should do the trick. Bleskid, even if he throws out the Ravage in a sheer moment of desperation, it's not going to be enough. His Starbacks are not going to fall back or even second guess themselves when they want to go in. They are that far ahead. Lifestealer. Now on towards Zasa. The stun to first start things off with. A few more hits should do the trick, and the Lifestealer actually melts the Nature's Prophet at this stage of the game. I mean, Zasa only has a Mjolnir, so doesn't actually have that much to survive with against the Lifestealer. Can't actually fight back. It's going to be a while before you can fight back, and you may not even get to that point because 999 with another blast is... This is his 5th or 6th tower. He's just using the nether blast. He just wants to take these towers down.
Dire's bottom tower is being denied. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Zasa falls towards the corner of the map to a solo Dark Willow as he tried to get that Shrine of Wisdom sneak in, but just ended up getting punished for it. And that is... Can't really describe the state of the game in a better way, right? When your carry dies like that to a solo Willow. I mean, Monty is 8, 5, and 14, has an urn. As soon as you go on the Willow, you're going to end up eating the Bedlam. Angel able to take feeling down. And it's very clean what the Starbacks are doing. They're just playing this pure and simple. Run at all-stars with your heroes because you are so far ahead, and you'll be able to come out with these kills. I mean, Bleskid, with all of this posturing, is not going to help as Monty is able to find kills and read all-stars like a book. Like a book written for 5th graders. Except you're doing a PhD. So it's not a hard book. Now they want to make a move towards the Lifestealer, but they couldn't find the stun! The Ravage has to come out, and they will be able to find him. Angel does fall, but that got a bit too slippery there. But sure enough, if you're this far behind, you even use the Ravage, right? Use everything you have as long as you can get the kill. Because right now, Starbacks possess so much map control, infinite amounts of map control, because the Shrine of Wisdom is no contest for them. Neither are a lot of these kills that they can get. Bleskid now has a lot to survive with, so I don't think he's gonna end up falling here. I think that Starbacks are just gonna push him back, but will not be able to get the kill. A Blink Dagger now built up by Benjamin. And this is the big item that he has been waiting for. He had to go back to the Kaya because he wanted that additional spammability. Maybe even... Yeah, so he doesn't get the cost time animation, cost speed animation. So it's just the spammability of his spells that he gets from the Kaya. Maybe a bit of spell amplification too. I wonder if that will be enough against the Aegis though, as it did go by uncontested. Starbacks, they will just... Alone is just charging forward. Doesn't have a worry in the world. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Ooh, Monty this time around trying to get a cheeky kill ended up falling because he was squished between 3 heroes. However, it's the mid lane for All Stars that is taking a hit, and they really need to bring their heroes back if they want to defend this. Because right now there is nothing suggestive of the fact that they are trying to defend. You have the teleports at the ready, and now Benjamin is going to come in.
Radiant's top tower is under
The question is it too late? Because your tower has already fallen. You've used your glyph, and your mid barracks is very vulnerable. Angel has a rage to play with, so he can just pop the rage if he gets in trouble. And sure enough, he'll be able to find the escape
fallen.
and just walk on out. Crawl on out.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Alone found a double stun, as that means Maya will go in. He will force the Earth Spirit out. However, it's Zasa who's going to end up being in trouble, and this Nature's Prophet is going to fall so quick. All Stars have lost 2 of their heroes, and the Fisher spots out Benjamin. 1 hit is going to do the trick, and Benjamin calls it GG. 23 minutes in, as All Stars had nothing more to offer against Starbacks, who just dominated through the laning phase. I mean, it was, dare I say it, an even bigger domination than OG versus Waska in the previous series. I mean, at least Waska tried. At this time around, Starback, they just destroyed All Stars. They played them so well. Oh man, but a theme of the previous tournament was comebacks, right? When teams lose this hard, it's they somehow are able to collect themselves together and come back a lot stronger for game number 2. So let's see whether or not All Stars can continue that theme, continue that storyline, as they will now be faced up with losing their series, getting clean sweep potentially, if they aren't able to mount up a comeback. Of course, they do have the players, they do have the skill to mount up the comeback and take it to a game number 3. We will find out if that happens for All Stars, or if his Starbacks are going to continue their domination right after a short break, as we will be just taking a 5 minutes of a break before we head on to game number 2. Don't go anywhere, guys, and stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome back to the last series for today of All Stars versus Starbucks at America's Convergence series number 2. As Starbucks, they played it pretty
10
fast, they
seconds
played it pretty
remaining.
strong, I will say that, and they will pick the Earthshaker up for the
5
second
seconds
time. And they will actually leave the Leshrac open for All Stars. The Leshrac and the Puck are two of Benjamin's deadliest heroes, but it didn't help All Stars last game, and I think Starbacks are openly challenging All Stars to bring in their best picks. Meanwhile, All Stars pick themselves up to Tusk, a hero that we've seen very clutch saves coming out from
Radiant team
a lot of Tusk players
Dire
in
team
the last tournament, the last iteration of this circuit. As All Stars pick themselves up a gyrocopter. Interesting. I wonder if they're revealing their carry this early on, or if this is going to be a support gyrocopter. Now, a position 5 gyro does nothing, right? Which is why I
10
think this is
seconds
going to be a
remaining.
carry gyro. But Starbacks, they can
5 seconds
play against this.
remaining.
Honestly, they can look towards picking themselves up a Templar Assassin, maybe even a Terrorblade. So maybe even a Swen. A lot of options to actually take down the gyro with. Let's see which one they will be going
Dire
for.
team pick.
Ooh, they pick up the Dazzle. Interesting. We saw the Dazzle coming out from OG. FBC was playing that one. And oh, sorry, FCR, not FPC. FCR was playing the Dazzle
10
in game number
seconds
1 between OG and Waska. Did phenomenal, and I think that this is going to be a
5
position
seconds
3
remaining.
Dazzle. I mean, the Dazzle versus the Gyrocopter
Radiant
does do
team
pretty
pick.
well. The Poison Touch is just a great ability against the Gyrocopter, and
Radiant
Starbacks
team
also picked themselves up a Mortha, and I wonder if this is going to be a Mortha carry, but All-Stars, they're the ones to come in with a sneaky Techies pick. And I don't know if this is going to be a carry techie or a support techie. I say that because there was one tournament.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
recall recently that they ended up playing a carry techies,
5
weren't
seconds
successful
remaining.
with it, but at the same time, it is one of the most annoying heroes out there. Less so now that the minds have changed, but I think the reputation for techies as a hero is forever going to be the same as the most annoying hero to play against. But All Stars pick themselves up the axe, so this is in fact theoretically a great combination, right? The techies charge, the blast off, coupled up with the Berserker's Call and the Gyrocopter call down, the amount of AoE that's coming in from All Stars is absurd. And I'm not too sure if Starbacks are going to be able to survive against that, particularly if they're looking to play a version of a carry Mortha, which I don't think is going to be the case, because
Dire
the
team back.
wheel can very well be pierced by the axe, and yeah, sure enough, they're going to go for the Life Stealer, which means this is going to be a Mortha and a Mortha on a support position, a Dazzle on the position 3, and an Earthshaker
Radiant
as
team
I believe the mid lane. Starbacks will ban out the Sniper, and now All Stars have to look towards banning out some supports from Starbacks. Ideally, I mean, just ban out the maybe just ban out the Disruptor, or maybe even ban out the
10
Marcy.
seconds remaining.
Right, the Marcy repositioning against the axe, very strong. The Disruptor glimpse against the axe is also kind of strong. Not to mention, you can also throw down the Static Storm wherever the axe blinks in. So even though he can get off the Berserker's Call, he can't finish it off with the Culling Blade because he is going to be silenced. But All Stars, they are predicting
10
this is going to be a
seconds
Dazzle on the support position rather than a Dazzle on the off lane
5
role. I
seconds
wonder
remaining.
if they are reading Starbacks correctly, because I am guessing that this is Dazzle, or I am expecting that this is going to be a Dazzle on the off lane. Hmm.
Dire team ban.
No, they are doubling down on their prediction. They will ban out the Underlord, as they are also predicting this to be a dazzle on the support role. And I think they're doing that because you have the axe, right? The Culling Blade will go through the Dazzle's grave, which is why I think they're predicting that. But I think the Dazzle on the offlane role is very strong, even outside of the Shallow Grave. Just the amount of heal that he is able to provide. All he really needs is some farm. All he really needs is his one Aghanim Scepter, and he is like fully online. But at Starbacks, I mean, all questions are going to be answered now. Let's see what they are going to be going for. Down to about 40 seconds of reserve time. It's still plenty to think about, but they're done thinking. It is going to be a bristleback that comes out, and it is in fact going to be a correct read by All Stars. It is going to be a dazzle on the support role and a bristleback on the offlane role. Meanwhile, Earthshaker will be going mid. I wonder, All Stars, are they going to be playing this Gyrocopter as a carry? Surely seems like it, because there is no other mid laner out there. From the rest of their lineups, they're going to be looking to pick up a mid. But I wonder who that's going to be. The Leshrac is still open in the pool, right? You have the AoE, and I think this time around may be pretty good, especially the pure damage coming out could be pretty good against the Mortal. But considering how well the Leshrac actually worked out for All Stars in the last game, they may want to pick themselves up a different mid laner. Maybe even one of the Spirits wouldn't be all that bad. Could go for the Storm. Could go for the Ember. It's going to be the Storm. I've seen Benjamin on the Storm. Does do very well. Ooh, that is a great... the cosmetic on the Axe's axe. Right? That looks fancy. Coming back to the game though, in looking at these two matchups, I mean, sure, I think the Storm Spirit was a good pick for All Stars. They agreed. They picked up the Storm. However, I do think that the Starbacks have the better draft. It's not by a significant margin, but it's still quite a lot, quite a decent margin. However, Starbacks are going to have a difficult time actually going to the high ground of All Stars, because you have the techies. Right, it's always very difficult to go high ground against the techies, and very difficult for Alone to be making those risky blink ins, considering that you may be blinking yourself into a minefield. So let's see what the game plan from Starbacks is going to be. I do think that 1-to-1, I mean, the Lifestealer is pretty good against the Axe. Maya on the Bristleback, it could end up working out in the Bristleback's favor. I mean, Bristleback is one of the strongest laners out there. And then you also have the Dazzle, who can come in with a clutch Shallow Graves, as long as you can make sure that Blessed Kid can't get off his Culling Blade. So it's a lot of scenarios all over. But let's see.
Prepare for battle.
Game number 2 now on our screens. I will once again adjust the logo there for you guys. And another 5-man smoke coming out from the side of his Starbacks, as they want to be
Looking good.
going for an early rotation. This time around, it's actually going to be a wraparound through the triangle. They may find themselves an unsuspecting All-Stars. However, All Stars are playing this one very careful. Last time around, ASA actually managed to grab himself that sneaky bounty rune at the back of that rolling boulder with that Earth Spirit. This time around, it won't be there. And you also have a more consistent draft. I do think that the Earth Spirit in the last game as a hero, it's not in the meta for good reason, like we all saw.
30 seconds to battle.
Of course, Techies isn't exactly in the meta either. 15% max HP as bonus damage. Spleen Secret Sauce. That That's an absurd amount of damage. I'm going to be honest. I mean, at the level 1 mark, it deals about 200 plus 15%. Let's see. 10, 100, 300 damage at the level 1 mark. ASA, he's looking for the blast off, but won't be able to find it. And it is going to be 3 bounty runes, actually. Going to go the way of All-Stars once again. So far, so good. I mean, All-Stars managed to grab themselves up that 3rd bounty rune in game number 1. They're going to be able to do the same thing. Let's see if it'll make a difference this time around, though. Their laning phase really needs to be on point. I mean, Starbacks are playing a more passive lineup this time around, right? The Dazzle is going to be defensive because he's a support. The Earthshaker is against the Storm Spirit, so he doesn't have that easy entry even if the supports rotate in. And it's actually going to be Zasa who finds the first blood on towards Monty. This is a different lane, though, for All-Stars. I mean, their safe lane looks super aggressive. If you're caught in by the shards, then all Zasa really needs to do is come in with the barrage. And that will result in a kill. And Morta doesn't actually have any survivability built in, only has a dead shot to actually send a few heroes back, but that's just about it. And not to mention, the tag team is one of the best abilities to actually take down a tanky hero like the Bristleback. So let's see if those things will come true. Let's see what kind of a collision those synergies will have over on the bot lane. I do expect a lot of kills to be had over on the bot lane. And for the top side, I think that Angel will just farm to his heart's content. And 999 will just make sure that he can do so. Despite this aggressive off lane for All-Stars, I mean, you have the blast off. You also have an axe. So it's a lane that's designed to be very aggressive. However, I don't think against the shallow grave, you're going to be able to dish out much of that aggression. Grain's creep finally being found after a tumultuous exchange between both of those sides.
Denied. This time.
Towards the mid side alone, he might end up eating that blast off. ASA is holding it, but sure enough, it will be there as soon as there's a bit of distance. Turns out Benjamin may not even need the blast off. He's just going to be able to take Alone down anyway, and this is a completely different game. Or at least a completely different start to the second game than what happened in the previous one. As the Starbacks won't have that early snowball against All-Stars anymore. And once again, there's the shards keeping Monty at bay. And Zasa's gonna come in with the barrages. However, this time around, Zasa is taking a lot of hits. And one more cool spray will do the trick from Maya. He'll be able to find the gyrocopter as well as feeling a double kill for the Bristleback. And his Starbacks come back into this game swinging. If you're All-Stars, you may want to consolidate your lead and don't give up too many of these kills to the other side. I mean, things can quickly get out of control if you end up doing that. Not against the Bristleback. It's going to be... If you give any more kills away to the Bristleback, you may find yourself in a circumstance where you're getting pushed out of the lane, forced to go to the jungle, and a gyrocopter doesn't want to be doing that, at least until you have either the Chrysalis or the Aghanim Scepter. Then you can go to jungle as much as you want. Ooh, Alone finds a nice Fisher block as well as the glyph to come out, making sure that Benjamin can't grab himself those creeps, and it's a double wave. Ooh. That kill should never have happened for All-Stars. I mean, that death should never have happened. Blessed Kid on the Axe goes down to the Lifestealer. He's not a hero that actually has a lot of damage. All he has is a slow, but then you also have the added slow coming in from 999's Poison Touch. Ooh, no, Benjamin. He was playing with fire, playing with earth rather, and he will fall. I think he got a bit too overconfident with his position there, trying to find the juke aways against Alone, but he didn't expect the Dazzle to just walk on over. Monty came in there for good measure as well.
I have punching for you. Denied.
This is looking a bit tricky. Near the bot side, power rune though. Alone will end up being graved up, so he isn't going to end up in trouble. He is looking for a way back in, but not against the blast off. He can't go in to support the Dazzle. 999 will end up losing his life, but it's just going to be one support death at the end of it all. Not a huge loss for Starbacks, and not a huge win for All-Stars. However, it is All-Stars who come out ahead in the sense that they really needed to bring themselves back into this mid lane. And Benjamin will hit his level 6. So now that Benjamin has his level 6, he has a Zaps to play around with. A natural pseudo Blink Dagger. Right? So until Alone actually has the Blink, the Storm will be doing very well for himself. Right? So ideally All-Stars make some kind of plays here or across the map. Maya, I think that's his Vanguard coming in, or maybe his Power Treads. Maya really needs to be careful. However, the Life Stealer is actually coming in from the wraparound. The Snowball isn't going to be saving anyone. Sure enough, they will find 999. However, it's going to be a slaughter for All-Stars as they will lose out on 3 of their heroes for this. Just as soon as you have a few more quills coming in, one more should do the trick. It was Benjamin who found a solo, or it wasn't a solo kill, it was Blessed Kid coming in to assist the Storm, but sure enough, that is a good amount of damage mitigation, right? Damage control, as 3 for 1 would have been terrible, but because you took down the Earth Shaker, that fight wasn't as bad. Blessed Kid playing at the edge of his life. Won't be able to get all of these stacks. However, he will still be able to farm them up once he comes back.
Regeneration.
Turns out it's ASA who he saw the stacks available and he managed to grab them. Meanwhile, Benjamin goes for a zap in on towards Alone. However, the calling is going to end up silencing the Storm, and he's going to have to end up falling back, leaving feeling defend for himself. Unfortunately, the Walrus can't fend.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alone now, almost with the Blink Dagger. About 1,000 gold, so he's not almost to a Blink Dagger. He is 1,000 gold away to the Blink Dagger, so he needs at least 2 or 3 minutes before he's able to acquire that one. Meanwhile, I think the Storm is going to be heading for a Witchblade or maybe an Orchid, depending on how he wants to run this. The Orchid could potentially be better because you're dealing against the Shadow Grave, right? You want to be able to make sure that the grave doesn't come out, because the later it goes, the more HP you have to hold off the grave. So you can wait with the Grave the longer this game goes. Triple nine. I hear a call down coming out. It's towards the Mortha. And Monty is gonna end up falling. Starbucks, certainly, if there's a heat map available for this series between All-Stars and Starbucks, the mid lane is going to be the majority of all of the kills here. Right? Because sure, you got 3 kills towards the bot lane, but this area of the map is where all of the other kills have been happening. Angel just now going to farm up, lifesteal away from Blesskid, but he doesn't actually end up healing more than he loses. Because you have the counter helix. And it does deal pure damage, so despite his best efforts, Angel can't actually push the axe away from here. And the axe will have a vessel soon at the ready.
Radiant are
I wonder if the vessel is the right build, or maybe he should have actually gone for the blink dagger, or maybe even the blade mail. I mean, Maya has a blade mail of his own. Now towards the tier 1 tower, the teleports are coming in, and Monty is able to spot out the teleports. Maya has blade mail, so I wonder what the plan here from All Stars is going to be. Are they going to run at them? No, Storm Spirit's going to zap in, but the calling instantly comes out. He can't go for the zap inside, and Nautilus Projection Shallow Grave is going to come out, and it will mean that the Morta stays alive throughout all of that. And now the Storm Spirit zaps forward, but can't end up cleaning the kill. He does find Monty, and at the back line, it is the Bristleback holding everyone at bay. However, as soon as he loses a few of his HP, Blesskid is going to go in with the calling. He was able to find him. And now, 999 is unfortunately left alone, but Alone comes in with the Echo Slam. There's the Blink Dagger reveal, and they will turn it around on the Storm Spirit. He will use the wand and try to zap away, but he doesn't have too much of a distance he can create. The Fisher will end up cleaning him out, as the Earthshaker Alone trying to go for the body blocks, but oh, actually he found a nice little bounty rune. Will he be able to grab it? He does, giving him the mana for the enchant totem play, but he didn't actually dish out the damage because, interestingly enough, his enchant totem is just at that level 1 mark. He didn't actually choose to skill it out to the max. A 4,000 net worth advantage. Oh no. This is so many stacks. Maya may be able to clean up all of them. The Storm Spirit gonna zap forward, missing the zap initially. However, he does have enough damage, but Alone was there with the Invis. The blast off is going to mean that the Bristleback, or rather the Earthshaker, will end up losing his life. Meanwhile, the Bristleback just ends up walking away from that one. Still though, All Stars will be able to find themselves with another kill for their troubles. The Culling Blade won't end up landing, but the majority of the stacks have already been cleared up by Starbucks. However, they lost 3 of their heroes. So I'm not too sure if this is worth it, because they gave away 2,000 gold to the other side as well as 2,000 experience. So all in all, I would consider that trade to go in favor of the All Stars.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Benjamin, he is going to be safe because the Techies is there, and maybe Benjamin wants to turn it around on towards the Earthshaker. The Shallow Grave is going to be there. Blesskid wants to be going in, has no Culling Blade, but it won't matter. The Earthshaker is going to lose his life anyway. Angel is going to come in, but this is going to be a very slow poke. Now that he has the Radiance, though, things might end up being different. He deals quite a bit of damage, and Monty will find a dead shot, and Starbucks will be able to acquire the tier 1 tower as well at the back of this. And Maya will... Ooh. I don't think that was intentional. I really don't think that was intentional. With the position of this Storm Spirit, I think that may have been a bit of a mistake.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The call down to come out, but Zaza will end up losing his life. And even if they find the Dazzle here, it is still going to be in the Starbacks come out ahead. However, if they find the Life Stealer, they found the Orchid as well. An Angel will end up losing his life. That is a trade that is going to be worth it.
Tower has fallen.
I mean, 1400 gold at the end of it all, right? Taking a look at the net worth, it's 8500 for the Bristleback, 8100 for the Lifestealer. And the more you kill the Lifestealer, the more net worth you gain, because there is a net worth disparity at the end of it all. However, there are skills happening across the board as the Starbacks manage to take down Feeling.
Dire are scanning.
Maya is staring at the axe here, but I don't think he actually can get the kill. He is still charging on forward, has the Lotus Orb as well, so this Bristleback is actually incredibly farmed. And now Monty comes in with the calling, dead shot to land as well, and Alone is here waiting for the Fisher, and will find it. So a nice little kill being found by Starbacks. They had to walk quite a bit of distance for that one, and I don't think I really did not expect that follow-up to be there. But Starbacks certainly proved me wrong.
Where's my pension?
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Angel, his rage is running out, and that means the storm is coming. He will lose his life very quickly, as it's a lot of gold he gives away every single time he dies. 811 and around 1400 experience. That's an entire hero level at this stage that he loses. Ooh, Monty actually spotted out the real Storm Spirit by that dead shot. Alone is going to blink away though. I think they want the real target. I think they want Zaza down, who is farming up on that gyrocopter pretty fast.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Maya will spot him out, however, towards the other side. Monty was found. Bloodscape was waiting for the gyrocopter, or rather was waiting for the Bristleback, but Alone is going to come in with another Echo and will be able to find the cleanup. It is a 2 for 2 so far across the board. But now, with Benjamin coming in, perhaps they can get this kill. However, 999 and the Lifestealer are here. And Benjamin has used the majority of his mana. The Fisher to come out, the Enchant Totem as well. A few more hits should do the trick. But Benjamin finds the zap away. The Poison Touch isn't going to be enough, as I believe it is just a level 2 Poison Touch. Monty, oh man. He's gonna walk into his death. The Berserker's Call is going to come out. However, he got off his ultimate, so he may be saved just for now. Maybe even able to get the kill here. Unfortunately, the gyrocopter is gonna come in. The homing missile is gonna stun Monty up, and I think it's gonna be an easy kill being found by Zaza. Maya still wants to be plunging himself forward at the back of Angel, who is on the front line against Zaza. This is going to be a dead gyro. So far, it is a bloodbath over on this triangle. They have these two aggressive observer wards, so Starbacks are able to actually spot out heroes as they are exiting their base. Benjamin finds the zap out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it's a Tormentor. It's going to end up getting cleaned up by a Starbucks. That's going to mean their lead plunges to about 7,000 net worth. As it was Monty. He has the upgraded Pierce the Whale available. And I think it has 2 charges. So that's about 4% spell amplification.
Dire are scanning.
It's a Roshan play from the All-Stars, but Starbucks realized this. There is an Echo Slam available for Alone. He is waiting to go in. Benjamin finds the Zap out though, and they find the Earthshaker. The call down to come down as well, but there's a Shallow Grave. It will keep the Earthshaker alive, and it's 2 easy kills being found by them. Monty even finds a dead shot. However, there is no follow-up stun to dissuade the Gyrocopter from just teleporting away. It is now inside of the Roach Pit, and Starbucks, they will be happy with this. I mean, All-Stars really gave up this Roshan, right? It was a lackluster attempt in the first place. They should have scanned out some heroes. They should have been a bit more careful about this. Maybe go for a smoke, but there's no way you can sneak a Roshan when the 2 tier 1 towers on the mid side, as well as the side that's closer to the Roshan pit, where Roshan is, are still standing. In this case, the bot lane and the mid lane tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
ASA.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can't do anything about this tower being besieged. I think it's going to fall. There are too many heroes from his Starbacks in the vicinity. And it means that Steckies can't actually do much. Unless they bring in more heroes. But even then, it's a very risky decision to defend.
Radiant's bottom
It will be a
tower is
trade
under
as
attack.
they will, as All-Stars will be able to find a tier 1 tower towards the top side. But again, at tier 1 for a tier 2, Starbacks got the better of that trade. And now on about a 9,000 net worth advantage.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The
attack.
lead is kind of snowballing out of control. I mean, All-Stars have a great high ground defense though.
Radiant's bottom tower
Does
is
Starbucks
under
want to
attack.
go towards the high ground now?
Dire's top
This
tower
early
is under
on?
attack.
I wonder if this is the right idea. So far, there hasn't been any defense coming in. I mean, Maya and Angel are here on the front line.
Are fortified.
And Angel has the heals coming in from 999
Dire's top
to keep
tower
himself
is under
alive.
attack.
Or rather, to keep himself healthy. But no, sure enough, they want the high ground. I mean, there's an Aegis on an Angel. So maybe they can take the high ground. However, a Berserker's Call and a Call Down. I mean, you couple up all of the spells coming in from All-Stars. And they can defend.
Radiant's
They
bottom
only get
tower
one
is
shot
under
at this
attack.
though. Because if you lose your barracks at 23 minutes, then it might just be a position where you can't recover from.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it turns out All-Stars are going to give it up without a fight.
Dire's top tower.
Oh no, the Storm Spirit's actually been caught out. Not only did they give this one up without a fight, they may actually lose heroes on the other side of the map. Feeling may end up falling as the response is coming in from Starbacks, or rather it's the initiative that's coming in from Starbacks. He will be able to get Feeling. Alone is unstoppable, and you can see how confident he feels because he's actually created the boots of travel over any other item.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now it's on the second lane of barracks. And the problem with giving up a lane of racks uncontested is the fact that Angel still has an entire Aegis for a full minute and a half, which means that they will head on over towards your mid side, and you have to defend this.
Radiant's middle
There is
tower
no other way around it. The Gyrocopter has the BKB. Benjamin has the Orchid to play with, but Alone actually found the Blessed Kid over on the other side of the map. You don't have your Berserker's Call! And the Axe does have the buyback, but he needs to be using it.
Middle tower is under attack.
They want to be going for the wraparound.
Radiant's
Again,
middle tower
without the buybacks on your side, 4 of your heroes don't have it. You only get one shot at this. Oh no, the Dazzle was able to get the Grave off! The Gyrocopter activates the BKB, the Blessed Kid comes in with the buyback and the Berserker's Call. However, Starbacks are still holding strong. They find the root on the Storm, and they find the Storm himself. The Fisher to come out. And Benjamin calls it. He recognizes the state of the game as it is. There is nothing to be found. GG is called, and his Starbacks take the series 2-0 against All Stars. In a bit of a contrast, because the last time these two teams played against each other at America's Convergence back in series number 1, that series went to a 2-1 and actually favored, I believe it favored the All-Stars. I could be wrong about that, but it went to a game number 3. It went 43 minutes. This time around, everything changed. The Starbacks seem to be playing that much better, seem to be able to have this kind of cohesive early to mid game where they just pack a punch. They force out all of these rotations and still are able to maneuver around the map. And this time around, it was enough for them to actually take out the series in a clean sweep fashion, something we don't actually see every day. However, guys, that was the last series for today. We will be back with America's Convergence Series number 2 tomorrow at the same time around 7 p.m. Or rather 8 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Again, the same time that we started today. This was your host, Tortrus. It was a pleasure costing the South American circuit back in the previous tournament, and it is, I have a feeling, with the way that these games are going, with how back and forth they are, particularly Waska versus OG Latin America, it is, I have a feeling, going to continue to be a great pleasure to cost this season as well. But I will be signing off, and I will be seeing you all tomorrow, again, 8 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Thank you for tuning in.